Chapter 39:22. Whoosh! A ball of fire landed not far from the ranch. Beside her was a handsome young man. Seeing the beautiful woman walking out of the fire, Overlord Sword, Blood Dragon, and the other experts all revealed expressions of shock. Then they looked at the handsome young man, Ling Xiao, with a deep gaze. Overlord Sword and Blood Dragon looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They both felt that their disciples were the most outstanding. However, seeing this scene, they really didn't know what to say. Ling Xiao had actually received the personal guidance of the Fire Lord. This was enough to show that Ling Xiao's talent was completely above their disciples. This Ling Xiao, instead of cultivating properly, he goes around fooling around. I wonder where he got such a beautiful woman from. So he likes mature ones. Long Jianshan laughed mockingly. When he saw Ling Xiao, he seemed to feel that he was an eyesore and uncomfortable, so he didn't keep his mouth shut. "Shut up, you bastard!" Overlord Sword was shocked and hurriedly scolded in a low voice. Long Jianshan had never seen Overlord Sword so terrified and angry. He couldn't help but shut his mouth. At this moment, the few mentors present, including General Wolf, all bowed respectfully to the beautiful woman. Subordinate greets Lord Fire Lord. Fire Lord! Long Jianshan's face instantly turned pale. His entire body was trembling. This was the legendary Fire Lord. He had actually almost caused a fatal disaster. If it wasn't for Overlord Sword stopping him from speaking nonsense and being heard by the Fire Lord, he would probably have turned into ashes by now. But why? He couldn't accept it. Why could a person like Ling Xiao receive the guidance of a top expert like the Fire Lord? Even his teacher had to bow and scrape before him. Jealousy, even more intense jealousy. He had never felt that he was inferior to Ling Xiao. However, the opportunities he received were much worse than Ling Xiao's. This caused his mentality to become even more twisted. Although he didn't say it, the jealousy in his heart had already turned black. Bam! Just as he was thinking, Long Jianshan suddenly felt his body fly up. He flew up uncontrollably. Finally, he slammed into the wall of the ranch. His internal organs were all injured. I hope that Lord Firemaster will show mercy. This child doesn't know any better, and is speaking nonsense. Overlord Sword was such a proud person, but at this moment, he had no choice but to kneel down and plead for mercy for Dragon Sword Mountain. For your sake, I've already been very polite. Otherwise, do you think he would still be alive after I made my move? Be careful what you say next time, or you won't even know how you died. Fire Lord coldly glanced at Dragon Sword Mountain, then ignored him. Then he looked at General Wolf and said, "Your master, that old fellow, said that he has gone into seclusion and is unwilling to show his face. That's why I came. That little demon was the hope of the Eternal Night Palace and even of Shuiyu. Take care of it for me. Understood? Fire Master, Ling Xiao can be considered my young master now. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to neglect him." General Wolf replied. Hearing the conversation between the two, the others were shocked. Shui Wushuang, in particular, simply could not accept it. Listening to the Fire Master's words, it seemed that the Beast Master was also personally instructing Ling Xiao. What kind of situation was this? Regardless of whether it was the Fire Master or the Beast Master, they were both top-level existences in Shuiyu. Although they rarely cared about the affairs of Shuiyu nowadays. But at the same time, they were instructing a young cultivator. This kind of thing had never happened before. Including her, she did not have such qualifications. Although she was not as jealous as Dragon Sword Mountain, there were some mixed feelings in her heart. Thinking about how arrogant she used to be in front of Ling Xiao, she blushed. Compared to Ling Xiao, apart from her identity as a princess, She really did not have any advantages. All right, I've sent him here. It's time to go back. Little wolf, you take care of the rest. After the fire master finished speaking, he turned into a flame and disappeared into the horizon. After seeing how powerful he was, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. General Wolf said at this time, I think you all heard from the teachers. Shui Yu is actually divided into 12 palaces. The Eternal Night Palace is only one of them, and it is currently the weakest palace. Because of this, it is allowed to contact the outside world. The Imperial Court outside is actually just a cover to numb the enemies of Shui Yu. In fact, this time, besides the 10 of you, there are another 110 people who are going to the secret territory. Every one of them is an expert. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that you are nothing. So you must be humble and honest. All right, let's stop talking nonsense. Let's go to the real imperial city of Shui Yu. After that, General Wolf turned into a snow wolf and soared into the sky. The 10 people who were going to the secret territory also followed. As for the teachers, they couldn't go. On the way, Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, and Yang Emo stayed together. The 3 demons of Gu stayed together. Yi Lingyan was always alone. Shui Wushuang still maintained his arrogance, flying at the front, following General Wolf. As for Dragon Sword Mountain, he fell behind. His eyes were filled with intense hatred, staring at Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao and the others were talking about the 12 palaces at this time. Brother Ling Xiao, we killed so many people of Shuiyang Palace. Will they know? Yang Mo directly asked through soul transmission. Don't worry. In the deep forest, they have been destroyed. Even if Shuiyang Palace suspects, there is no evidence. Ling Xiao said, Don't talk about this. The 3 of you seem to have improved. Of course, thanks to the good things you gave us. Lion Master Bao laughed and said, My cultivation has caught up with those 6 guys, and my fighting strength has surpassed them. Me too, Dark Frost also said. I'm almost there, but I've improved, and my sword intent has reached the level of proficiency. Yang Emo said modestly. He knew that he was the weakest, so he had to work harder. It's good that you've improved. There will be a lot of experts in the secret territory. You need to be stronger to get what you want. Ling Xiao's strength had also improved, but for him, it was far from enough. He still needed to become stronger. As they spoke, they could already see a majestic palace. At this time, they had been flying for more than an hour. It was enough to see how far the palace was from the entrance. It was also enough to see how big the Snow Moon secret territory was. The secret territory Imperial Court is actually where the Ice Palace is located. The Ice Palace is the strongest existence in the 12 palaces. Remember, don't cause trouble, or if you get humiliated, don't blame me for not warning you. General Wolf was also helpless. These years, Eternal Night Palace was weak in terms of disciples. Otherwise, they wouldn't have recruited warriors from outside to participate in the secret territory. In the world of warriors, the weak would be beaten and humiliated. This was the same everywhere. The Ice Palace was much larger than Eternal Night Palace. It was also clear that the atmosphere was more lively. Disciples who were cultivating or resting could be seen everywhere. Unlike Eternal Night Palace, there were basically not many people. Chapter 39:23. The moment they stepped into the Ice Palace, Ling Xiao and the others felt countless gazes on them. The Eternal Night Palace was the furthest away from the Imperial Court, so they were the last to arrive. The other 11 palaces had already arrived. Looking at them, they were all dressed in the same way, and it was obvious that they were all wearing Dharma treasures. They were at least divine Emperor-level defensive Dharma treasures. But what about them? Their clothes were messy, and they looked like a ragtag army that had been put together at the last minute. The others were regular soldiers. There was no comparison at all. Perhaps because of this, these people's gazes were not friendly. Most of them had mocking expressions. There were not many friendly gazes. TSK, TSK. I really didn't expect the Eternal Night Palace, which was even stronger than the Ice Palace in the past, to be reduced to such a state. Now, it has fallen to such a state. Only Xue Wushuang could be chosen for this trip to the secret realm. The rest can only rely on external help to make up the numbers. TSK, TSK, why did you come? Aren't you embarrassed enough? This thick mockery came from the Shuiyang Palace camp. The Shuiyang Palace martial artists were all dressed in snow white with a red sun embroidered on it. They were like dog skin plasters. Hearing this person's mockery, the Eternal Night Palace people's reactions were different. Some people felt ashamed and lowered their heads. Meanwhile, some people felt anger and displeasure, glaring angrily. No matter what, being mocked was not a good thing. Finding external help means that you know your place, unlike the Shuiyang Palace, a bunch of trash who think you're all right. Ling Xiao was a person with a strong sense of honor, since he had joined the Eternal Night Palace and was valued and nurtured by them. Then, he would treat himself as a member of this group. Whoever insulted the Eternal Night Palace was insulting him. How could he not speak? Kid, who are you? How dare you slander the Shuiyang Palace? The Shuiyang Palace disciples were filled with righteous indignation. What a joke! Only you can slander us, but we can't speak the truth. This time, Xue Wushuang stood on Ling Zhao's side. After all, they were all from the Eternal Night Palace, and Xue Wushuang was also a representative of the Eternal Night Palace. If she didn't support Ling Xiao, was she supposed to support the other party? Ha! Xue Wushuang, you really know how to lie through your teeth. Although I don't know how you guys managed to trick those idiots into joining you, but what they didn't know was that the Eternal Night Palace was, at most, one of the 12 palaces of Xueyu. The difference in strength is too great, so much so that I have no interest in treating you as competitors. These words scolded the Eternal Night Palace, Ling Xiao, and the others. As soon as he said that, most of the people in the hall burst into laughter. It was clear that the Shuiyang Palace was not the only one that looked down on the Eternal Night Palace. It was the same for the other palaces. Yuan Hai, don't you dare humiliate my Eternal Night Palace again. Xue Wushuang's temper was not good. She was a proud person. How could she tolerate others humiliating the place where she grew up? His home. In that instant, a terrifying chill blossomed from her body. He pounced on the man, named Yuan Hai. Yuan Hai was a late 5th Heavenly Core warrior. There was no way he could be Xue Wushuang's match. He was so scared that he quickly hid behind one of the men and shouted, "Senior disciple Xingye, help me!" The man named Xingye didn't move away. Instead, he coldly stared at Xue Wushuang and said, "This is the Imperial Palace. Xue Wushuang, do you want to fight?" While speaking, he unleashed his terrifying aura as well. His aura was exactly the same as Xue Wushuang's. Both were bone-piercing cold, but obviously he was stronger than Xue Wushuang. He easily blocked Xue Wushuang's cold aura. Get lost! Xue Wushuang was furious. No matter who it was, if they dared to block her way, she would attack. She unleashed a freezing wind with both of her palms. It was like a snowstorm. Everyone was watching the show. Fights between disciples were very common in Xueyu. As long as no one was killed or crippled, nothing would happen. Too weak. Xingye sneered. He gently took a step forward and threw out a punch. For a moment, his fist energy seemed to have turned into a meteorite condensed from frost. It shattered Xue Wushuang's palm. It even pushed Xue Wushuang back. early 6th divine core realm, and at this level, he was one of the strongest fighters. Shui Wushuang was no match for him. This man obviously wanted to embarrass Shui Wushuang. That's why he didn't show any mercy. If no one went to support Shui Wushuang, then Shui Wushuang would definitely fall flat on her back. If someone dared to help her up, apart from General Lang, he didn't think anyone in the Eternal Night Palace could stop him. However, right at this moment, a muscular man suddenly appeared behind Shui Wushuang. He hugged Shui Wushuang, then gently put her down. Master said, "A man bullying a woman is shameful." The man hugging Shui Wushuang was Lion Xiaobao. Although he didn't like Shui Wushuang, he didn't like people who bullied the weak even more. He was a straightforward man. "Oh, I didn't expect there to be someone like you in the Eternal Night Palace. But Shui Wushuang, you should be the strongest disciple in the Eternal Night Palace. Our senior disciple Xingye is also the strongest genius in the Snow Sun Palace. You two are a perfect match. Why don't you follow my senior disciple Xingye? Maybe you can even give birth to an even more outstanding baby." Yuan Hai's words became even more unpleasant to hear. It was probably because Xingye defeated Shui Wushuang, so he was even more unbridled. Trash that can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. You only know how to stand behind others and hoot like a clown borrowing the tiger's might. I'm the weakest in the Eternal Night Palace. If you have the ability, do you dare to spar with me? This Yuan Hai was really infuriating. What Ling Xiao hated the most was this kind of person. He didn't have any fart ability and only knew how to hide behind others and hoot blindly. "Fight with you? Are you worthy?" Yuan Hai gave Ling Xiao a contemptuous glance and said disdainfully, "If you're scared, then you're scared. The Snow Sun Palace is just a bunch of bastards, cowards." Ling Xiao's eyes were even more contemptuous. His tone was even more provocative. He didn't like to be taken advantage of, and even more disliked being humiliated by others. Giving others a taste of their own medicine, that was his style. "How dare you? The Snow Sun Palace is not a place for trash like you to humiliate." Before Yuan Hai could say anything, Xingye had already become angry. "You keep calling others trash. Trash. Brother Ling, I'll make the first move." Lion Master Bao was a straightforward man. He was no match for others when it came to arguing. Therefore, he would make the first move. "All right, among the 10 of us, I'm the weakest, and you're the second last. In that case, you should go and get rid of their so-called number one." Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. He knew Lion Master Bao's strength very well. Not to mention Xingye was only at the early 6th divine core realm. Even if he was at the mid-6th divine core realm, he might not be Lion Master Bao's match. When Lion Master Bao unleashed his primal strength, it would be extremely powerful. No problem. Lion Master Bao listened to Ling Xiao the most. Chapter 39:24. Ling Xiao was the first friend Xiaobao had made since he came to the mortal world, and his first boss. He was convinced, and he was willing to listen to Ling Xiao. Of course, it wasn't only because of Ling Xiao's strength, it was also because of Ling Xiao's generosity. If not for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the peak 5th heavenly core realm. Xiaobao looked at Starry Night. Then he let out a loud laugh and said, "Let me have a taste of your so-called number one strength. Take this." After saying that, Xiaobao leapt into the sky, and the roar of a lion could be heard from his body. In an instant, he arrived in front of Starry Night. At this moment, it was as if Xiaobao had turned into a 9-spirit lion. The brutal pressure caused many warriors from the Shuiyang Palace to tremble in fear. What? Starry Night didn't take Xiaobao seriously at all. But now, when he sensed the frightening pressure, even his skin was slightly deformed. His legs couldn't bear the pressure anymore. This made him realize how frightening Xiaobao was. In fact, the smartest thing he could do was to avoid Xiaobao's attack. But Xiaobao didn't give him the chance. Besides, he was the top 10 geniuses from the Shuiyang Palace. He was the leader. If he chose to avoid the attack, where would he put his face? Where would the Shuiyang Palace's face go? Wouldn't it prove what those people from the Eternal Night Palace said? They were frogs at the bottom of a well? Cowards? Break for me. A moment of hesitation had caused Starry Night to lose his best chance to avoid the attack. He furiously roared out. Then he punched out with both fists. The cold meteor exploded once again. Compared to the fist energy he used to fight Shui Wushuang, it was even stronger. A bone-chilling wind blew, and the surrounding air instantly became cold. Kneel down before me. In terms of voice and aura, Xiaobao wouldn't lose to Starry Night. While roaring out, he unleashed the primal force from his body. He was like a primordial lion. He forcefully grabbed onto Starry Night's fists. Boom! The fist and palm collided, producing a frightening explosion. Everyone present was astonished. Looking at Shuiyang Palace's Starry Night, he was already kneeling on one knee, blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Lion Master Bao looked down from above, arrogant and angry. I asked you to kneel on both knees, not one. Roar. The ferocious lion's roar sounded again. Cracks began to form on the ground. Starry Night's two knees were actually forcefully pressed down, and his two legs knelt on the ground. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, feeling inexplicably horrified. Could it be that Liu Xiaobao was a descendant of a ferocious beast from ancient times? What was going on with the power in his body? You can't even defeat the second-to-last member of our Eternal Night Palace. To think that you're called number one in the Shuiyang Palace. What a joke. In the future, when people from the Shuiyang Palace see people from the Eternal Night Palace, they will obediently kneel on the ground. Don't embarrass yourself. How dare you say that we are the weakest? Ling Xiao would not let go of the opportunity to ridicule the other party. Although the people of Shuiyang Palace were furious, they couldn't find any reason to refute. Starry Night was the strongest among the 10 of them. Now, even Starry Night was suppressed by Lion Master Castle. How could they still say anything? Lion Master Castle smiled and said, "This guy is actually pretty strong, but compared to me and Brother Ling, he's still far weaker." What he said was the truth. But the problem was Ling Xiao had said that he was the last, and Lion Master Castle was the second to last. Wasn't he mocking Starry Night for being weaker than the last of the Eternal Night Palace? In fact, everyone could tell that Lion Master Castle's overall strength was definitely stronger than Shui Wushuang. At least, in terms of pure offensive strength, Shui Wushuang was definitely weaker than Lion Master Castle. Therefore, Ling Xiao's words were just a casual remark. Humph, you said that others only know how to hide behind and complain. Then what about you? Starry Night wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. He admitted that he was defeated by Lion Master Castle, but it was because he underestimated his opponent. But he was currently injured, and even if he fought again, he wouldn't be a match for Lion Master Castle. In order to vent his anger, he threw his glance at Ling Xiao. Me? Don't tell me you want to fight me, a mid-third Divine Core warrior? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. If you don't have the guts, then shut your stinky mouth. Starry Night scolded. I don't have the guts. Ling Xiao let out a bright smile. Brother Lion, he said, I don't have the guts to fight him. Ling Xiao looked at Lion Master Castle and said with a smile on his face, That's impossible. He can't even defeat me. He's no match for you, Brother Ling, Lion Master Castle said in a straightforward manner. That's right, but since he asked, I can't reject him. I don't want others to say that I'm bullying an injured man. I'll let him recover first. As for that trash called Yuan Hai, let's fight first. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Hai and said, just as Yuan Hai was about to say something, Ling Xiao spoke first. Don't tell me you're going to say that I'm not qualified to fight you again. Don't tell me you think you're stronger than Starry Night. Even Starry Night wants to fight me. How dare you look down on me? Do you think Starry Night is stupider than you and weaker than you? His words had completely shut down Yuan Hai's reason for rejecting the challenge. I'm not going to fight. What are you going to do about it? Yuan Hai was even more cowardly than Ling Xiao had imagined. He was at least a late 5th rank Divine Core warrior, facing Ling Xiao, who was a mid-3rd rank Divine Core warrior. He didn't even have the courage to fight him. Just like what Ling Xiao said, he was a complete coward. Do you think I'll stop just because you said so? You think it's up to you? Everyone has to be responsible for their own words. Do you think it's exciting to hide just because you're acting tough? If you want to act tough, you have to be prepared to pay the price. Ling Xiao sneered. Then he walked towards Yuan Hai. It was as if all the other men from the Shuiyang Palace didn't exist in his eyes. Suddenly, he sped up. He was so fast that only Starry Night could see him clearly, and he was able to react. As long as I'm here, don't even think about hurting a single hair on my Shuiyang Palace's warriors. Starry Night was beaten up by Lion Master Castle, and he was furious. In his mind, Lion Master Castle was the strongest man in the Eternal Night Palace. I can't defeat the strongest man, but you think I can't defeat the weakest man here? He didn't know that Ling Xiao wasn't the weakest man in the Eternal Night Palace, but his cultivation was definitely the weakest. Therefore, there was no need for him to be afraid. Do you really think you can stop me? What a joke! Ling Xiao let out a disdainful sneer. With the falling plum, clear shadow step, he turned into a blur. He flew past Starry Night. Starry Night wanted to catch him, but all he could catch was a blur. Slap! Right after that, he heard the sound of someone being slapped in the face. He quickly turned around and saw Ling Xiao grabbing Yuan Hai's collar with one hand and slapping him in the face with the other. Yuan Hai's mouth instantly became swollen. I told you, if I want to teach you a lesson, he won't be able to stop me. He threw the dizzy and frightened Yuan Hai aside. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Starry Night. You really want to taste the feeling of being beaten? I'll fulfill your wish. I'll give you a chance now. Make your move. Chapter 39:25. Arrogant. Starry Night had never been so despised and humiliated. In a fit of rage, a strange meteorite martial soul appeared behind him. The surface of this meteorite was covered with a thick layer of ice, revealing a cold aura. In an instant, the cold air completely surrounded Ling Xiao. Boy, I will let you know what the consequences of attacking my Shuiyang Palace's martial artists are. If you have the strength, don't be loud. Ling Xiao's hands were shining with a red light, but there was no flame. There was only a blazing heat rising above his fists. Since the other party used ice, then he would use fire to melt it. Kill! Starry Night finally roared, his figure scuttling forward, suddenly pouncing towards Ling Xiao. It was like a small iceberg. Wherever it went, the wind danced, and the cold was bone-chilling. At that moment, Ling Xiao also attacked at the same time. A terrifying fire intent erupted from his fists. The blazing energy fiercely hit the cold fist. There was no rumbling sound. Everyone saw a strange scene. A vast expanse of white steam suddenly enveloped the two people fighting. No one knew what happened in the steam. Only a moment later, Starry Night flew out of the steam. He fell directly in the center of the hall, battered and exhausted. Everyone looked at the white steam in surprise. A voice came from inside. The people of the Shuiyang Palace are all trash who overestimate themselves. It seems that what I said before was not wrong at all. At the same time the voice sounded, Ling Xiao walked out unscathed and stood beside Dark Frost and Lion Xiaobao. The people of the Shuiyang Palace had gloomy faces. They were angry and ashamed. Their people had previously mocked the Eternal Night Palace as the weakest palace in Shuiyu. But now, their young leader, Starry Night, was defeated by 2 people in a row. Even the usual 10, Yuan Hai was also beaten up like a pig's head. He had really lost all his face. The Eternal Night Palace wants to cause trouble. Some of the martial artists from the other 10 palaces began to discuss. After seeing the strength of Lion Master Fort and Ling Xiao, they no longer dared to ridicule the Eternal Night Palace. Originally, in the world of martial artists, it had always been about talking with one's fists. Whose fist was hard enough? Whose fist was big enough? Whoever received respect. Otherwise, they would only be looked down upon and even humiliated. These 10 people are all quite strong. It seems that there is no lack of experts in the secular world. Someone else said, "So what?" A haughty voice rang out. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. This person wore a golden battle robe with a crown embroidered on it. That was the first genius of the Ice Imperial Palace of Shuiyu, Bing Xianji. Having achieved success at a young age, Bing Xuanji not only had a high status, but he was also very arrogant. He looked coldly at everyone from the Eternal Night Palace and said, "Trash will always be trash," unable to be compared to a proper team. Perhaps they were a little stronger than the trash from the Shuiyang Palace. However, if he went to the mystic realm, he would still die. I really don't understand why Shui you sent those pieces of trash. 10 people from our Ice Imperial Palace will be enough. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. He was even more arrogant than Ling Xiao. After seeing Ling Xiao and the Lion Prince's strength, he was still so arrogant. It was enough to show how arrogant and confident Bing Xuanji was. Shui Wushuang was the princess of Shuiyu, but that was only to the secular world. In the Blood Moon secret world, everyone knew that Bing Xuanji was the real young master. He was the one who would inherit Shuiyu. He didn't have the title of crown prince, but he was the crown prince. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and glanced at Bing Xuanji. In terms of strength, this guy wasn't inferior to Gu Fenghua in the past. It was obvious that he was one of the top geniuses of Shuiyu. None of the 10 people from the Ice Imperial Palace were weak. Even the weakest one was stronger than Xingyi. No wonder they were called the Ice Imperial Palace. No wonder they were the strongest palace in Shuiyu. They really deserved their reputation. It would be great if I could join the Ice Imperial Palace. Unfortunately, with our strength, none of us have the qualifications to enter the top 10 of the Ice Royal Palace. If we join, we won't be able to go to the mystic realm, said Long Jianshan, while looking at the 10 people from the Ice Imperial Palace with envy. He really hated the fact that he was a disciple of the Eternal Night Palace. He felt that it was a disgrace if he became a disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace. Who would dare disrespect him? Even though the 9 of you have been accepted by the Eternal Night Palace. But I, Bing Xuanji, will not treat you as a disciple of Shuiyu. You are not qualified. Bing Xuanji seemed to think that he wasn't satisfied enough. He then looked at the people from the Eternal Night Palace who were in the limelight and said coldly, he was the first disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace, the first disciple of Shuiyu. He was also the future emperor. He was the real crown prince. Therefore, he didn't want anyone to surpass him. Lion Xiaobao and Ling Xiao were in the limelight. Therefore, he had to suppress them. Especially you two. Where are you? You surprisingly dare to show your slight skill in front of an expert. When he was speaking, no one dared to interrupt. Even Shui Wushuang dared to get angry in front of Xingyi. But in front of Bing Xuanji, She didn't dare say anything. But Bing Xuanji seemed to have overestimated his strength. The others didn't say anything, but there was one person who didn't take him seriously at all. That was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had even killed Gu Fenghua and the white water wolf. In the end, Bing Xuanji was still slightly inferior to the two of them. An ignorant young man is standing there and talking nonsense. Surprisingly, nobody dares to refute him. Are the disciples of Shuiyu so cowardly? What a disappointment. Ling Xiao's words finally left his mouth. Shut up. That's Bing Xuanji. Do you want to die? Shui Wushuang was furious and hastily scolded him. You should shut up. You are the representative of the Eternal Night Palace, and you are acting so humble in front of your peers. You are acting like a coward. Ridiculous. If you don't dare say anything, just shut your mouth and let me say it. Ling Xiao's words made Shui Wushuang speechless. She felt extremely ashamed. Indeed, Bing Xuanji didn't dare kill people here. What was she afraid of? She didn't even dare to refute. In fact, it wasn't just her. The others looked at Ling Xiao with ridicule and disdain. Did he think he was a strong cultivator after winning Xingyi? Impudent. You dare to be disrespectful to Brother Xuanji. You are courting death. Bing Xuanji didn't say anything. A cultivator with 3 eyes beside him was furious. That third eye emitted a strange light that covered Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that his surroundings had changed. It was as if he had stepped into an illusion. His surroundings were no longer a palace, but a terrifying battlefield. Countless vengeful spirits came to take his life. Ridiculous illusion. It seems like you don't want that eye of yours anymore. It was the first time Ling Xiao had encountered someone who dared to use an illusion on him. Chapter 39:26. The 3-eyed man suddenly screamed, and his third eye began to bleed. His face turned deathly pale. Ling Xiao stood there and smiled coldly. What? Everybody was astonished when they saw San Yan's condition. San Yan was one of the strongest cultivators in the Ice Imperial Palace. His soul and his third eye made him extremely strong. Even a cultivator of the same cultivation level as him would have a hard time dealing with him. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him at all. Instead, it caused 3-Eye to suffer a backlash. Bing Xianji looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, You dare hurt San Yan? You want to die? What a joke. He can hurt me with an illusion. Why can't I hurt him? According to your logic, I should be bullied by him? Said Ling Xiao disdainfully. You want to kill me? Let's see how you're going to kill me here. He looked at Bing Xianji. He didn't look like he was going to give in. He was extremely strong. Bing Xianji looked at Ling Xiao. He had never seen such an arrogant cultivator in Shuiyu. He had thought that he was arrogant enough. He hadn't thought that someone would be even more arrogant than him. This was really interesting. San Yan, how are you? He suddenly retracted his gaze and looked at 3-Eyed beside him. My third eye is injured. I'm afraid I can't use it for the time being. San Yan sighed and said, It's all my fault. I underestimated him. How is he? Asked Bing Xianji. He's very strong. His soul is extremely strong. He's not easy to deal with, replied San Yan in a low voice. No wonder his cultivation is so weak. Everything makes sense now, said Bing Xianji, nodding. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, I hope that you can use your strength to fight for the glory of Shuiyu. Don't always think about plotting against your fellow disciples. I should be the one saying that to you, said Ling Xiao indifferently. He. Bing Xianji smiled and didn't reply to Ling Xiao. Instead, he took out a pill and gave it to San Yan. San Yan quickly took it. It could be seen that 3-Eye was still a very important existence in his heart. However, This action of his left the others in a daze. The dignified Bing Xuanji was extremely overbearing. How could he let that brat off so easily? However, that was exactly what Bing Xuanji had done. This forced people to once again take Ling Zhao's existence seriously. In fact, Bing Xuanji also wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, this was the Blood Moon's secret world. If they killed their own people here, they would definitely be held accountable. Xue Yu was different from other influential groups. At the very least, it was fair on the surface. Even if he had already been selected as the crown prince, he would still have to accept the harshest punishment. Otherwise, he would not be able to convince the masses. This was not the first time the Wolf General had attended such a gathering, but every time what he saw was the people of the Eternal Night Palace being bullied. But he couldn't interfere. Every time, he would leave in frustration. But this time it was different. Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost Xue Wushuang, and the others. This made the current Eternal Night Palace much stronger than before. Apart from the Ice Imperial Palace, their strength might not lose to the other 10 palaces. How gratifying! Of course, the most important thing was Ling Xiao. With the guidance of the 3 great kings, he was probably even stronger than when he had first met him. He really wanted to know what kind of exciting results he would get from this trip to the secret realm. Young people these days are really lively. At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly arrived. He smiled and sat on the throne in the middle. He was the leader of the Ice Imperial Palace and also the king of Xueyu. He was Xue Wushuang's father, Xue Man Tian. Xue Man Tian looked very ordinary and almost didn't release any majestic qi. But this kind of person was even more terrifying. He completely restrained all his qi as if he had completely disappeared. "Greetings, King." Everyone bowed and saluted. Yes, the elites of the 12 palaces are all here. You 120 people will become the hope of Xueyu in the future. I only have 2 requirements here. First, come back alive from the mysterious world. Second, don't kill each other. It's understandable for people of the same sect to fight and compete with each other. I won't stop you, but if you kill each other in external activities, then don't blame me for being impolite. I must remind you that the journey to the mysterious world is definitely not as easy as you think. There are a total of 300 countries in the Western Kingdom. Each country will send more or less cultivators. Those who come are all elites and geniuses. Their strength may not lose to yours. If you fight among yourselves, then in the end, it will only let others take advantage of you. You all understand? Understood. Everyone responded in a loud and clear voice. But whether these words were taken to heart, no one knew. Maybe it was just a superficial response. After all, from the scene just now, the relationship between the 12 palaces of Xueyu was not very harmonious. Well, I won't say much. Remember the 2 points I just mentioned and get ready to go. Xue Man Tian took a deep breath. Because he would not follow, he could not predict what would happen in the mysterious world. He could only do his best to let these people come back alive. If Ling Xiao had not experienced too many things, he might have felt excited about this scene. But unfortunately, he had experienced too much. He had seen too much. He was already numb. The only thing in his mind now was to be able to get the beast, God's blood, in the mysterious world, and to do something for the Eternal Night Palace. Compared to Xueyu country, he had a stronger sense of belonging to the Eternal Night Palace. After all, in the Eternal Night Palace, he received some help from people who were really good to him, and the others seemed a little excited. The journey to the mysterious world had been prepared for a long time. In fact, as early as a year ago, the news of the selection had been announced to the whole country. This time, The people who came to participate in the selection began preparing a year ago, and the rest of the people of the 11 palaces were even more so. Now, they were finally going to set off. Everyone was very excited. The mysterious world was dangerous and full of opportunities. You may encounter the threat of death, but you may also change your destiny and soar to the sky. This was the biggest attraction of the mysterious world. Although some people were a little worried before they set off, even a little scared. But this could not stop them from moving forward. Since they had chosen to become a warrior, it was impossible to live a leisurely life. If you were not willing to take risks, unwilling to fight, in the end, you would be eliminated by the tide. You would completely become a waste in the eyes of others. Go outside. Shwet Man Tion led 120 people outside. There stood 12 martial artists clad in silver armor. They would be the leaders this time. They led 12 teams respectively. Beside every silver-armored martial artist, there was a gigantic demonic beast, Frost Wyvern. This was a kind of demon beast with dragon blood. It was very strong, and its flying speed was very fast. Each of them could ride dozens of people. Chapter 39:27. 12 palaces, let's go. Shwe Man Tion gave the order. The 120 young warriors followed their leader and stepped onto the body of the ice-snow flying dragon. These leaders were the leaders. They were also the ones in charge of riding the snowy dragons. Bang! Sounds of wings flapping could be heard. 12 snowy dragons went through the portal and flew out of the Shueyu secret realm, heading towards the secret realm. Ling Xiao looked at the silver-armored man. He wasn't too strong. He was only at the early 7th Divine Core realm, similar to General Lang. But there were 12 of them. This was frightening. The Shueyu kingdom was really frightening. Not only did the silver-armored man's armor have a defensive effect, it could also hide his aura and his cultivation level. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, he wouldn't have been able to see their true cultivation level. Sit tight, we're going to speed up. Bang! When the snowy dragons sped up, everyone felt like they were almost thrown off. Darkfrost's body was small, so her grip wasn't firm enough. Right at this moment, one of the men on the snowy dragons made a small movement. A sword beam shot out from his hand and pierced towards Darkfrost's hand that was holding onto the feather. Although it couldn't hurt Darkfrost, it still hurt her. Darkfrost subconsciously let go of the feather because of the pain. Her body was instantly blown away by the strong wind. Darkfrost. Seeing this, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He immediately jumped up and transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat. He flew towards Darkfrost. He caught Darkfrost at the critical moment. He caught her. Useless. You can't believe you were thrown off like this. Long Jianshan said in a mocking tone. This caused Ling Xiao, who was already in a fit of anger, to become even more furious. A cold light was flickering in his eyes. What did you just say? And what did you do just now? I just said something. Why are you so angry? Perhaps it was because of the silver-armored man. Long Jianshan was quite daring. Ling Xiao, since everything is fine, let's just forget about it. We're all from the Eternal Night Palace. Xue Wushuang came out to be the peacemaker. She probably felt that her relationship with Ling Xiao had improved, so her words should be effective. But Ling Xiao didn't even look at Xue Wushuang, and he said coldly, "It's best if you shut your mouth. Otherwise, do you believe that I will throw you down from here?" Xue Wushuang was dumbfounded. His expression became extremely ugly. She realized what she had done wrong. To Ling Xiao, a friend like Darkfrost, or even a little sister, was extremely important. Dragon Sword Mountain dared to plot against Darkfrost and even spoke rudely. Ling Xiao already had a strong killing intent. If not for his fear of the silver-armored martial artist, he would have already destroyed Dragon Sword Mountain. However, even with the existence of the silver-armored martial warriors, It was impossible for him to let Dragon Sword Mountain off so easily. With a sneer, he suddenly appeared in front of Long Jianshan in a flash and sent him flying with a kick. Long Jianshan was sent flying with a kick. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually do such a thing. The silver-armored martial artist tried to control the ice snow dragon to catch Long Jianshan, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. Is the secret realm more important, or is a piece of trash more important? You should know in your heart, right? The silver-armored martial artist was stunned for a moment. Then he sighed. In any case, with Long Jianshan's strength, he shouldn't die from falling from here. At most, he would suffer a little and go a little later. Therefore, he didn't do anything else. The ice snow dragon continued to fly forward. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Long Jianshan's angry roar resounded in the wind. Since the Eternal Night Palace doesn't want you, why don't you come with us? Suddenly, another ice snow dragon flew over. It caught Long Jianshan. It was the Snow Sun Palace's ice snow dragon. The one who spoke was Starry Night. The Snow Sun Palace hated Ling Xiao to the bone. As long as it was Ling Xiao's enemy, it was their friend. Furthermore, Long Jianshan's strength didn't seem weak. He could definitely be a great help to them. It wouldn't be a pity if he died. After all, he wasn't one of them. All right. Long Jianshan agreed, without hesitation. To him, this was an extremely good opportunity. Not only him, the 12 ice snow dragons flew for 3 days and 3 nights before they finally arrived at the secret realm. During the entire journey, Ling Xiao had to face the strong wind and cultivate. When he arrived at the secret realm, his cultivation had broken through to the late 3rd heavenly divine core realm. Although it was just a small improvement, it was still something worth celebrating. Outside the secret realm, a large number of martial artists had gathered. For Ling Xiao, these were all unfamiliar faces. Many of them were strong, but his goal hadn't changed. What he wanted was the beast god's blood. Whoever dared to stop him, he would kill them. He didn't care who they were. There's still half an hour before the secret realm opens. Everyone, please wait for a moment. A secret realm like this wasn't something that could be opened by human strength. Therefore, even though all the martial artists from the 300 great kingdoms had arrived, they could only wait. While waiting, the silver-armored warrior explained the general situation of the secret realm to them. This secret realm was a little special. Only martial artists under the age of 25 were allowed to enter. There was once a martial artist over the age of 25 who tried to enter, but he was killed by the terrifying formation around the secret realm. After hearing the explanation, Ling Xiao finally understood why all the martial artists from the Shuiyu Empire were below the age of 25. Some secret realms were specially prepared for young martial artists. The powerful martial artists of the past didn't have a good disciple. In order to pass on their legacy to someone who was qualified, they set up a formation. It was a formation like this. It seemed like they had put a lot of thought into this. Half an hour passed by quickly. Terrifying thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky and crashed onto the ground. It felt like the sky was about to collapse. Behind that gorgeous lightning curtain was a vast and majestic palace. It was even more magnificent than the palace left behind by the ancient Dong Sheng Emperor, and it was in perfect condition. This meant that the formation used in the palace was extremely powerful. The technique used to construct it was very mature, especially when they saw the dazzling lights shooting out from the palace. It made them want to give it a try. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the crowd. He looked like he was over 25 years old, and he was very strong. All the treasures in this secret realm are mine. Although the man had heard that martial artists above the age of 25 weren't allowed to enter the secret realm, he didn't take it seriously. Seeing this, many of the great warriors didn't stop him. Instead, they were sneering in their minds. If no martial artists above the age of 25 were allowed to enter the secret realm, they would have done so long ago. Why would they wait until now? Bang! When the man approached the electric net, he was instantly burned into ashes. He was a peak 7th Divine Corps warrior, but he was killed just like that. Seeing this, many of the guys who were eager to try gave up on the idea. There were also some who hid their age and pretended to be below 25 years old. They were so scared that they immediately backed out. Chapter 39:28. Although it was said that as long as one was under the age of 25, one could enter. However, because that person had died too miserably, many people still hesitated. Let's go. Seeing that no one was going in, Ling Xiao called out to Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo and rushed in first. His Tai Chi eye could distinguish whether the lightning array was dangerous or not. Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo trusted him very much. Therefore, they did not hesitate and rushed in with him. When they passed through the electric fence, it felt as if the electric fence had suddenly disappeared. There was no harm done. Seeing this scene, the others dared to enter the secret realm. Greed and desire replaced fear in the end. The secret realm was a majestic palace. As soon as Ling Xiao, Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo stepped in, a large number of martial artists rushed in. However, this had nothing to do with them. As long as there was no conflict, they would not take the initiative to attack others. It's actually Sword Mountain grass, and there's more than one. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eye saw that there were more than a dozen Sword Mountain grass in the open space in front of him. Moreover, the age of each of them was better than the ones they had obtained in the Snow Moon secret realm. The worst is a 3,000-year-old Sword Mountain grass. This is great. The 4 of them rushed forward and hurriedly picked the Sword Mountain grass. They were the first to enter, so they naturally had the upper hand. Kid, put down the Sword Mountain grass, or I'll kill you. Suddenly, a violent aura pounced on Ling Xiao from behind. The reason why this person chose Ling Xiao and not Liu Xiaobao, Yang Mo, or Dark Frost was naturally because Ling Xiao's apparent strength was the weakest. A persimmon must be picked on the weak. Brother Ling Xiao, be careful. Dark Frost hurriedly reminded. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to see the attacker behind him and continued to pick the Sword Mountain grass. These good things would definitely help his strength increase again. Moreover, he naturally knew the strength of the person behind him. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the punch landed solidly on Ling Zhao's head. The attacker revealed a sinister sneer. The others also took pleasure in his misfortune. A few pieces of trash actually dared to snatch the treasure. Weren't they courting death? However, at this moment, everyone's smiles suddenly froze. Ling Zhao's head not only did not explode, but it was also not smashed. It was absolutely intact. Not only that, but Ling Xiao had also finished harvesting the Sword Mountain grass. Suddenly, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the throat of his attacker. A hint of disdain appeared on his cold face. Die! He didn't give the other party a chance to beg for mercy. Ling Xiao mercilessly crushed his opponent's throat before crushing his inner core. He absorbed the energy within. This was a peak 5th Divine Corps warrior. The power of the Naiden was still very abundant, but it was converted into the energy of Ling Zhao's cultivation C. Ling Xiao still couldn't break through instantly. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. There were more than 10,000 people entering the secret realm this time. He was definitely not the only one courting death. He had plenty of ways to improve his cultivation. When the crowd saw what happened, they were all terrified. This man wasn't as weak as he looked. Also, this was too cruel. He killed without any hesitation, showing no mercy at all. This was exactly the effect Ling Xiao wanted. He wanted to intimidate those who wanted to make a move on him. If too many people came looking for trouble, he wouldn't have time to get the treasure. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't stay where he was. More and more people were entering the secret realm, and he didn't know if there would be some who were not afraid of death. Since he had already harvested the Sword Mountain grass, there was no need to waste any more time. He started walking forward. The other 3 men followed behind him. Follow my footsteps. Ling Xiao suddenly reminded them. He found a trap in front of him. He could see it with his Tai Chi eye, but the others couldn't. But he just needed to protect his own people. As for the others, he didn't care. The 3 men had just passed through the trap area. Suddenly, a miserable scream sounded out from behind them. A man's body was covered in a strange white flame, and he was burned to death on the spot. Even his inner core couldn't escape. This place is really scary. Although we found so many Sword Mountain grass as soon as we came in, it's still very dangerous. If it weren't for Brother Ling Xiao, I'm afraid I would have died. Yang Mo sighed when he saw the people behind him trembling and not daring to move forward. In the secret realm, danger and opportunity usually coexist. It's nothing strange. In fact, I hope there's more danger, so that I can get more benefits. Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Wait a minute." Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the murals on the walls on both sides and frowned. These murals are a bit strange. Lion Xiaobao also said they don't seem to be painted directly. Instead, they seem to be created by some special means. Every painting and every line seems to be exuding a strange power. Although I don't understand formations, this should be related to formations, right? Yes, it is related to formations, but it's too complicated. It's almost impossible to crack it in a short time. Ling Xiao was a formation master, so he could naturally tell. Oh no! Right at this moment, out of curiosity, Yang Mo touched the wall. He felt like he was going to be sucked into the murals. His body was starting to become blurry. He cried out in alarm. Ling Xiao quickly walked up to him and cut off his right hand. For a divine core warrior, cutting off a limb wasn't a big deal. It could be recovered. But if a human was sucked into the murals, it would be troublesome. When his right hand was cut off, it actually merged with the murals and intertwined with the murals. That was close. It's all thanks to Brother Ling Xiao. Or else I would have become one of the murals on the wall. Yang Mo's face turned pale with fright. Hurry up and eat this healing pill. Heal your right hand as soon as possible. Only then will we have the confidence to fight. Ling Xiao gave Yang Mo a healing pill. Yang Mo stared at the murals on the wall with fear lingering in his heart. There weren't many murals, there were only 9 of them. But every single one of them gave people a terrifying feeling. From now on, don't touch these murals. It's too strange. Even my Tai Chi, I can't detect the danger of these murals. Ling Xiao reminded, right at this moment, some people had passed through the trap. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who knew how to use an ice skill, and Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who knew how to use mechanisms. But when these people arrived, they didn't attack Ling Xiao. They could still clearly remember what happened just now. If they attacked Ling Xiao, they would have to bear a very serious consequence, and they might even die. Some people rushed forward in front of Ling Xiao and the others. But some people were staring at the murals like Ling Xiao. I advise you not to touch those murals. Seeing that some people from the Eternal Night Palace wanted to touch the murals, Ling Xiao reminded them. After all, they were from the same sect. Chapter 39:29. After being reminded by Ling Xiao, the men from the Eternal Night Palace stopped. However, one of the warriors from the Snow Sun Palace sneered, "Don't tell me you found some treasure and want to take it for yourself? Since you don't want me to touch it, I'm going to touch it." He stretched out his hand and touched the mural. Ling Xiao didn't stop him. Since someone was courting death, why should he care about it? When the man touched the mural, he fell into the same state as Yang Mo. But too bad, he wasn't as lucky as Yang Mo. All the men from the Snow Sun Palace stayed far away from him. No one came to save him. But in the next moment, he was sucked into the mural. He became the nutrients for the mural. This is terrifying. The scene scared everyone, causing them to quickly move away from the wall. Many of the men who wanted to check out the mural had left as well. This damned place was too dangerous. "Idiots, I told you not to touch it, but you're courting death," Yang Mo said angrily. "That's enough, Yang Mo, let's ignore them." Ling Xiao told Yang Mo using his divine sense, "These 9 murals are a bit strange. Why don't we use a special method to carve them down? They might be useful." He believed these murals weren't some simple traps. Besides, even if they were traps, they were still worth studying. If such a powerful trap was used in a fight, it would definitely be a great help. "Agreed." Darkfrost nodded her head. Then she told the other 3 through her divine sense, "I can also feel a powerful soul energy hidden in these murals. We just need to carve them down in our soul realms. Perhaps they really are some good stuff." Both Lion Master Castle and Yang Mo agreed. As long as they didn't touch them, they wouldn't be in any danger. Although it was a bit difficult to carve something down in their soul realms, it wasn't a problem for Divine Core warriors like them. Therefore, the 4 men started moving at the same time. After a brief moment, Ling Xiao revealed a surprised expression. "What a terrifying mural. It feels like it's fighting against my soul. I just can't carve it down in my soul realms." "That's right, it's really strange. Same for me. Not only can I carve it down, when I touched it, I felt like my soul was being sucked into it. It's so dangerous," Yang Mo said. The situation in Lion Master Castle was basically the same. Darkfrost was a little better. Although she didn't remember, she wasn't in any danger. However, this matter still caused them to be extremely shocked. A Divine Core warrior's soul was much stronger than an ordinary warrior's. He was actually unable to remember these murals. This matter was too inconceivable. "Brother Lion, Yang Mo, the 2 of you should give up. Stand guard for me and Darkfrost." Ling Xiao thought of a possibility. This mural might have been prepared for soul martial artists. Although he and Darkfrost did not remember it, that was because their souls were not focused. After all, he had to constantly be aware of the dangers around him. Everyone around them, except for the few of them, could be the enemy. "All right." Liu Xiaobao and Yang Mo nodded and approached Ling Xiao and Darkfrost to protect them, following which Ling Xiao and Darkfrost began their engraving again. Ling Xiao immediately activated his Tai Chi Eye. Then he focused on the output of soul power. His soul power was attached to the mural. Clear patterns began to emerge in his soul. He felt a slight stabbing pain, as if someone was drawing on his soul with a knife. It was an uncomfortable feeling, but he endured it. He had experienced this kind of pain before. It was nothing serious. First mural complete. Finally, he succeeded. The first mural had been engraved in his soul. Although he still couldn't understand what it was used for, he knew it was not something simple. Second mural complete. Every time he engraved a mural, the pain would get worse. He felt like his soul was about to shatter. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. The more difficult something is, the more meaningful it is. Once I complete it, I will gain a lot. Ling Xiao firmly believed in this point. Liu Xiaobao and Yang Emo, who were standing guard for Ling Xiao, were shocked. Right now, they could feel the terrifying soul power unleashed by Ling Xiao and Dark Frost. It was terrifying. Big brother Ling Xiao isn't a soul race being, is he? His soul power is stronger than Dark Frost's. Yang Emo was surprised, but he didn't say anything. After all, he was acting as a protector and couldn't be distracted. Third mural, complete. His soul power was being consumed crazily like a torrent. He believed that these murals were definitely carved by ancient experts. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be so powerful. Fourth mural, complete. The pressure was getting greater and greater, but Ling Xiao was still persevering. On the other side, Dark Frost had already given up. She had only engraved 4 murals, and her soul power had almost been completely exhausted. She couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. She hurriedly consumed a soul-stabilizing pill. Big brother Ling Xiao is indeed powerful. She sat cross-legged to recover. As a soul martial artist, soul power was very important. If she didn't recover, fighting would be a problem. At this moment, the people from Shuiyang Palace walked over. Among them, there was a guy they were very familiar with, Dragon Sword Mountain. "Stop, what do you want?" Liu Xiaobao asked coldly. "Only you are allowed to stay here. Others can't." Dragon Sword Mountain said disdainfully. "You guys look at your things, we look at ours, we don't interfere with each other." Although he said this, he suddenly flew up and kicked Ling Xiao's back. Because Ling Xiao was completely focused on engraving the murals, he didn't have any defense at all. After being kicked, his entire body crashed into the mural and was gradually sucked in. "Run!" After doing this, Dragon Sword Mountain knew that there would be trouble, so he hurriedly turned around and fled. The others from Shuiyang Palace also followed. They knew very well that they weren't a match for Liu Xiaobao, so they wouldn't stay here and wait for death. "Big brother Ling Xiao!" Dark Frost cried out in alarm and was about to pounce over, but she was firmly held back by Liu Xiaobao. "It's useless." At this time, Ling Xiao had completely merged into the mural and completely disappeared. It was impossible to save him. "I want to kill that Dragon Sword Mountain." Dark Frost's expression was extremely ugly. "Yes, avenge big brother Ling Xiao." Yang Emo gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you don't say it, I won't let that guy go." Dragon Sword Mountain. Liu Xiaobao's nature was pure, so he didn't expect that Dragon Sword Mountain would attack Ling Xiao. That was why the situation just now happened. At this time, he was blaming himself. A burst of evil qi suddenly erupted. "Not only will I kill Dragon Sword Mountain, I will make everyone from Shuiyang Palace die. With Ling Xiao. Let's go." Liu Xiaobao raised his foot and chased after him. Dark Frost and Yang Emo also followed. They all thought that Ling Xiao was dead and swore to avenge Ling Xiao. When they came here, the king of Shuiyang country warned everyone not to kill each other. But now that Dragon Sword Mountain had made the first move, then they couldn't be blamed. At this time, most of the cultivators who came in had already reached a wider area. Chapter 39:30. In the main hall, everyone was nervously looking for something. Master Shi Bao was stunned, but when he saw Long Jianshan, he didn't care so much. He didn't care about treasures. He just wanted to kill Long Jianshan first. Master Shi Bao rushed out like a lion. Long Jianshan hurriedly blocked with his sword. The two of them collided fiercely in the air. Although Master Shi Bao hit Long Jianshan and made him vomit blood, Long Jianshan didn't die. When he wanted to rush over again, he was stopped by the people of Shuiyang Palace. "Master Shi Bao, what do you want to do?" Master Shi Bao didn't say anything. Dark Frost's attack was already coming. One of the people who stopped Master Shi Bao suddenly felt a pain in his head. Then he saw a white bone spear stabbing towards him. When he wanted to dodge, young Mo blocked him. The white bone spear pierced his dantian. He was killed on the spot. The people of Eternal Night Palace are crazy. They are killing people randomly. The other cultivators didn't care because it had nothing to do with them. But the cultivators of Shui Yu gathered. The king of Shui Yu, Shui Mantian, warned them not to kill each other. But now, a war between the Eternal Night Palace and the Shuiyang Palace was absolutely unacceptable. Master Sherbao, Dark Frost, Yang Mo, stop! Shui Wushuang hurriedly shouted, "Stop your sister's hand. Do you know what's going on? Stop!" Master Bao impatiently scolded. Shui Wushuang was about to cry. She was the princess of Shuiyu, the daughter of Shui Mantian. Now, not only Ling Xiao dared to scold her, but also Master Bao. What happened? Yi Lingyan asked. That guy from Dragon Sword Mountain ambushed Big Brother Ling Xiao and knocked him into the mural. Yang Mo explained. He had a good impression of Yi Lingyan, so he explained it to her. Ling Xiao is dead. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, Yuan Hai suddenly let out a wild laugh. That damn bastard is really dead. Although he saw Ling Xiao hit the wall, he didn't confirm it and ran away. Now that he heard Yang Mo, it seemed that Ling Xiao was really dead. You're courting death. Master Bao was furious. He abandoned Long Jianshan and rushed towards Yuan Hai. Starry Night acted at this time, blocking Lion Master Bao. Although he wasn't as strong as Master Bao, the gap wasn't big. Under his attack, it was impossible for the Lion Master Castle to kill Yuan Hai. The people of the Eternal Night Palace have gone mad. They want to kill each other. People of the Shuiyang Palace, listen up. Kill Ming Shuang and Yang Mo. They had the advantage now. He believed that Shui Wushuang, the Ghost Valley Three Devils, and Yi Lingyan would not help these three people. Therefore, now was the best time to eliminate these three fellows. He didn't know how strong Ming Shuang was. He only knew that Master Lion was very strong. But now that he had stopped Leo Master Castle, wouldn't he be able to kill those people easily? Kill Yuan Hai and the rest of the people from Shuiyang Palace, including Long Jianshan, all rushed over. You're courting death. Dark Frost's eyes were cold. Yang Mo, just cooperate with me. Limitless hell. Amidst the roar, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The original Great Hall actually became a stretch of limitless hell. The ground was filled with white bones. The white bones turned into terrifying skeletons and stood up, charging towards the Shuiyang Palace's warriors. Not good. This is the soul domain of a soul martial artist. It's hard to distinguish between real and fake here, and the longer you stay here, the more blurry your consciousness will become. Kill that woman as soon as possible. Long Jianshan anxiously shouted. It's still not certain who will be the one to kill who. Dark Frost laughed coldly, and then thought again. Water of the Yellow Springs. Other than a large number of skeleton soldiers, the water of the Yellow Springs actually seeped out from the ground. As long as they touched the water of the Yellow Springs, the people of Shuiyang Palace would feel as if their entire bodies were poisoned. It was extremely uncomfortable, and their strength decreased greatly. At this time, Yang Mo began his massacre. Yang Mo was an ally, so he was not affected at all in this limitless hell. He directly started his massacre. In more than 10 minutes, 4 of the Shuiyang Palace's warriors were killed by him, including the 2 who died before. There were already 6 dead. There were only 4 people left, and they were relatively strong. They could not be dealt with in a short time. Long Jianshan was very cunning and did not kill him. Boom! Just as Yang Mo wanted to continue, a golden light fell. Dark Frost's limitless hell was forcibly broken. Not only that, even Dark Frost was seriously injured and fell to the ground. She looked at the person who attacked. It was the three-eyed man beside Bing Xuanji. In the Ice Imperial Palace, Ling Xiao taught the three-eyed man a lesson, but did not hurt his foundation. She did not expect that the three-eyed man not only did not appreciate it, but also injured Darkfrost. You people from the Ice Imperial Palace are really shameless. This is a matter between us and Shuiyang Palace. Why are you interfering? Yang Emo roared. What a joke. My Ice Imperial Palace is the first palace of Shuiyang country, and we are the leader. Naturally, we have to care about these things. The three-eyed man sneered. Since you want to care, you should kill Long Jianshan first. He is the culprit who started this incident. Yang Emo said, What do I do? Is it your turn to teach me a lesson? The three-eyed man snorted, and a golden light shot out from his third eye, injuring Yang Emo. Ling Zhao's death is his own fault. Long Jianshan is not only wrong, but also meritorious. Killing that troublemaker is good for the unity of Shuiyu country. The three-eyed man sneered. That's right. He actually dared to offend Brother Shenji. He deserved to die. Everyone else nodded in agreement. All right, three-eyed, cripple their cultivation. After all, the king said that we can't kill each other. Bing Xuanji said indifferently. It was as if he was detached from worldly affairs. But everyone knew that crippling their cultivation here was more cruel than killing them directly. Once they lost their cultivation, not only would they not be able to get anything, but they would also be bullied by everyone. Understood. The three-eyed man appeared in front of Darkfrost and Yang Mo and sneered, You can only blame yourselves for being so dazzling. Stop. Yi Lengyan, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, finally stood up. What? You also want to go with them? The three-eyed man said coldly. After all, they are my eternal night palaces people. Even if you want to punish them, you have to go back to Shuiyu country. You shouldn't use lynchings. Yi Lengyan instantly transformed into a beast spirit and was obviously ready to attack. Relying on you? Do you think you can stop me? The three-eyed man said disdainfully. Fuck off. Suddenly, the three-eyed man roared, and a terrifying strength shot out from his third eye. Even though Yi Lengyan was strong, her advantage was not in frontal combat. If it were any other time, she would definitely have dodged this attack. But today, Darkfrost and Yang Mo were behind her, so she could only face the attack head-on. As a result, she was sent flying by the three-eyed man's attack. Become a piece of trash for me. The three-eyed man ignored Yi Lengyan and attacked Yang Mo and Darkfrost's Dantian with his hands. Chapter 39-31. At the critical moment, Liu Xiaobao knocked Starry Night back with a punch. Then he rushed over with all his might. But he was still too far away, and it was too late. Brother Ling Xiao, I'm coming down to accompany you. Darkfrost didn't show any fear. For her, death was nothing to be afraid of. What she was afraid of was the people who cared about her being killed. Brother Ling Xiao, thank you for your care during this period of time. Let's meet again in hell. Although Yang Mo's talent wasn't great, he had a firm will. Even in the face of death, he didn't waver at all. They closed their eyes. But death didn't come for a long time. To be exact, San Yan's attack didn't come for a long time. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable shriek sounded out. They opened their eyes. They saw a sword pierced through San Yan's head. It was a blood-red long sword. Brother Ling Xiao! Brother Ling Xiao! Brother Ling! When Yang Mo, Darkfrost, and Liu Xiaobao saw this man, they immediately burst into tears of joy. They thought Ling Xiao was dead. But now, not only did Ling Xiao appear, he even pierced through San Yan's head with his sword. Last time, I spared your life because you're from the Shuiyu country. But this time, if you don't die, I won't be able to face my brothers and sisters. Kill! A cold sword intent exploded within San Yan's body. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao destroyed San Yan's body and absorbed his inner core. San Yan was an early 6th heavenly core warrior, a mortal core warrior. Although he wasn't the strongest warrior in the Ice Palace, but his third eye was extremely important to Bing Xuanji. But now, it was destroyed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had also broken through to the peak 3rd heavenly core realm. How dare you kill my men? Bing Xuanji's voice was extremely cold. So what if I did? Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji mockingly. Do you really think you're the boss? Let me tell you, you're nothing in my eyes. The atmosphere became tense. The two people in the Ice Imperial Palace did not fight. But today, in this mystic realm, things might not be the same. Found it. There is indeed a mechanism for the teleportation formation here. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Immediately after, a huge halo of light appeared on the ground. It was covered with all kinds of incantations. Humph, Ling Xiao, remember this. You will pay the price for killing my people. Let's go to the teleportation array. Bing Xuanji snorted coldly, turned around, and left. He walked towards the shining teleportation array in the center of the hall. He didn't want to fight with Ling Xiao at this time, because if he fought now, he would most likely let others take advantage of him. It's very likely that this teleportation array leads to the real mystic realm. This is just the entrance. Someone said, "That's right. There are many small worlds in the Black Tortoise continent. This mystic realm is very likely to be a small world as well." Someone echoed. Everyone looked at the teleportation array, wanting to be the first to pass through. At this time, Ling Xiao was feeding Dark Frost and Yang Mo healing pills. Big brother Ling Xiao, give her one too. Dark Frost looked at Yi Lingyan. I don't need it. Yi Lingyan was very aloof. Take it. Ling Xiao flicked his finger, and a healing pill flew through the air. Yi Lingyan caught it in the end. She knew how important it was to keep her body intact in this place. I will repay this favor. Ling Xiao was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Under such circumstances, he was very grateful that Yi Lingyan was willing to help. This teleportation array can only accommodate about 1,000 people at a time. There will always be people who have to go first and people who have to go later. No one knows what's behind the teleportation array. Because of this, people will start to attack each other. I'm afraid it's not worth it. Bing Xuanji said coldly. Everyone thought about it and agreed. There were more than 10,000 people here. It was almost impossible to teleport all of them in at once. They could only do it in batches. Does anyone want to be the first to try? Bing Xuanji asked. Everyone was hesitant. They had just entered, and they had already encountered a lot of trouble. Many of them had died. They didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to enter the teleportation array. Since you're all worried, Shuiyu will be the vanguard. Bing Xuanji suggested. Why? No, people were like that. They were afraid and didn't dare to go, but they were worried that others would steal the treasures. It was extremely contradictory. Let them go first. They have a total of 100 people. 800 more can go. What's there to worry about? Besides, it's just a different order. Those who go in early may not necessarily get the benefits. Maybe they will die first, said a young man from the White Dragon country. He was about 18 years old. He was wearing white clothes and had a pair of dragon horns on his head. He obviously had the blood of the dragon clan. However, he wasn't a real dragon. His name was Aofei, and he was the leader of the White Dragon country. He was on the same level as Bing Xuanji. His strength was terrifying. Just by standing there, he was already imposing without being angry. Not many people dared to offend him. I also agree, said another person. It was Feng Qianqian from the Wind Empress country. Feng Qianqian was wearing a yellow dress. She had a good figure, but her face was covered by a veil. However, no one dared to offend her, because she was strong enough. Standing there, she looked like a gust of wind that could blow at any time. She was the leader of the Wind Empress country. Since the two of them had spoken, the others didn't say anything. Bing Xuanji smiled and stepped into the portal. The rest of the people from the Shui country also followed, including Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, and Yang Imo, Brother Ling Xiao. What happened just now? You scared us to death. Weren't you sucked away by the murals on the wall? Ming Shuang asked telepathically. I was lucky. It wasn't me who sucked it away. I was the one who sucked it away. Ling Xiao had felt that he couldn't hold on for much longer when he reached the 5th mural. Who would have thought that the Dragon Sword Mountain would help him? In order to protect him, the Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit directly absorbed the mural. It was just that this process took a little longer. Otherwise, he would have rushed over at a much faster speed. It's a blessing in disguise. Lion Master Bao smiled bitterly. Although it's a blessing in disguise, the Dragon Sword Mountain's intention to kill me has not changed. This person had to be killed. None of the people from the Snow Sun Palace can be left alive. Ling Xiao was really angry. Those people from the Snow Sun Palace actually wanted to kill his friends when he wasn't there. If he did not annihilate this group of trash, how could he vent the anger in his heart? If he couldn't vent his anger, it would be troublesome for his future cultivation. If he couldn't vent his anger, there would definitely be problems. But now that Bing Xuanji was protecting the people from the Snow Sun Palace, he couldn't do anything. But he believed that there would be opportunities. As long as he wanted to scheme against someone, he wouldn't be afraid of not finding an opportunity to kill them. While he was thinking about this, 1,000 people had already gathered on the portal. Chapter 39-32. The extra people were directly thrown out. When the number of people reached exactly 1,000, the teleportation portal shone with light. 1,000 people disappeared from the hall at the same time. When he reappeared, Ling Xiao looked around. The environment had indeed changed. It was different from before. Let's go and take a look around. The others didn't want to stay with the people of Shuiyu because they weren't as strong and couldn't get the treasures. Naturally, they chose to leave early. What made everyone feel strange was that after waiting for more than 10 minutes, no one else came in. Could it be that the teleportation portal can only be used once? Lion Xiaobao asked curiously. It shouldn't be. I suspect that this teleportation portal will send people to different places each time. Although they are all in the same small world, the locations are different. Ling Xiao analyzed. That's possible. The others nodded one after another, thinking that this was the most reliable answer. Prince Xuanji, it seems that only the people of Shuiyu are left. Shouldn't we solve the internal problems first? Suddenly, Yuan Hai spoke. If Ling Xiao didn't die, he couldn't be at ease. That's right, Prince Xuanji, this Ling Xiao actually dared to kill people of the Ice Palace. He'll easily ruin our plan. Dragon Sword Mountain also said, killing him will be good for us. Starry Night agreed. The people of the Ice Palace and Snow Sun Palace all agreed. As for the people from the other 10 palaces, they didn't want to get involved and just let it go. Bing Xuanji looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes cold. Ling Xiao, take your people and leave. He didn't have absolute confidence in killing Ling Xiao, so he didn't want to act casually. After all, there were still treasures to be fought over. It wasn't wise to waste energy on killing each other. Leaving is not a problem, but some people must die. Ling Xiao didn't want to act with these people. The so-called unity was just a bunch of bullshit. Shui Man Tian wasn't here. who cared about what he said. If he cared, he wouldn't have been ambushed by Dragon Sword Mountain. You heard it, Prince Xuanji. This guy has been harboring evil intentions from the beginning. Who knew if he was a spy from another force? After all, he joined Shuiyu temporarily. Yuan Hai shouted, "Indeed, from the beginning, I thought it was strange. He's not weak. There's no need for him to join Shuiyu." Back in the Blood Moon secret realm, his acting was rather convincing. But here, his true colors were revealed all at once. He said that Dragon Sword Mountain had plotted against him, but was he dead? The ones who died were all from the Shuiyang Palace and the Ice Imperial Palace. Starry Night said indifferently, "Prince Xuanji is wise and farsighted. You should be able to see it too. These people are simply using us to seize the treasures. Shuiyu is nothing in their eyes." Prince Arcana, I also think that Starry Night's words make sense. Apart from the Eternal Night Palace, the members of the 11 palaces all grew up in Shuiyu. We're on the same side. In the Eternal Night Palace, other than Shui Wushuang, everyone else joined at the last minute. He couldn't be considered one of them at all. Dragon Sword Mountain and Ghost Valley 3 devils are still fine. They do not intend to destroy the unity and friendship between us. However, it was different for the others. They tried to stir up trouble, slandered us, and even slaughtered our people. They're already enemies. The king said that we must be united and not kill each other, but he also said that we must unite against outsiders. These guys are our enemies. Another person in the Ice Imperial Palace advised. This person was called Xiaomu, and he had a very good relationship with Three-Eyed. Three-Eyed had been killed by Ling Xiao, and Xiaomu had always held a grudge in his heart. At this time, he naturally wanted to add insult to injury. "Yes, Prince Xuanji, kill them, and the next operation will be safer." Another person in the Ice Imperial Palace said. Hearing this, Shui Wushuang frowned. Although she did not like Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao and the others were really killed, the Eternal Night Palace would be completely finished. However, she did not dare to say anything, because she was also afraid of death. Now that Ling Xiao was the target of public criticism, she did not dare to speak at all. "I really admire your group of people. Such shameless words can actually be said in such a dignified manner. It seems that my choice was right. Being on the same side as you is really shameful." Yi Lengyan was still a little hesitant. In the end, she had to follow Ling Xiao to the end, or choose not to help either side. But after listening to Xiaomu and the others, she had already made a decision. Even if Ling Xiao was bloodthirsty, he would not make a move against his own people, and those shameless people who knew if they would sneak attack them. Well said, a group of bastards. You don't even take the words of the king of Shuiyu seriously. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk nonsense. It makes people feel disgusted. Lion Master Bao said disdainfully. "Bullshit. You're saying that others sneak attacked you. Who saw it? Isn't it just you talking nonsense? On the other hand, you sneak attacked Dragon Sword Mountain. Everyone here saw it. You even killed Three-Eyed, who tried to calm the chaos. And now you're still pretending to be innocent? Yuan Hai cursed." Lion Master Bao wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao stopped him. What is there to talk about with them? In this world, there is no reason to talk. Whoever has the hardest fist is the reason. Whoever can return to Shuiyu alive from the mysterious world is the reason. Dragon Sword Mountain, Yuan Hai, and Starry Night must be killed. If anyone dares to stop us today, we will kill them together. Ling Xiao had seen many such shameless people, so from the beginning, he had not planned to reason with them. Talking reason with such people would only make you angry. TSK, TSK. Everyone saw it. This is his nature. From the beginning, he wanted to find an excuse to kill us one by one. If we don't do it now, We won't have such a good opportunity later. For Shui Yu for our supreme glory. We can't let these rats ruin our delicious food. Xiahou Mu's impassioned speech was filled with righteousness, as if he were the spokesperson of justice. However, in Ling Zhao's ears, these words were similar to the barking of a dog. Let's do it. Kill whoever dares to stop us. Ling Xiao stared at Bing Xianji and ordered Lion Master Bao to attack. Lion Master Bao nodded, and his earth spirit appeared behind his back. His whole body was surging with the power of desolation. He suddenly stomped on the ground. The ground cracked into several pieces because of this. Dragon Sword Mountain, you will be the first to die. You dared to sneak attack my friends. I will destroy you. Lion Master Bao knew that Ling Xiao wanted to kill Dragon Sword Mountain the most. If Dragon Sword Mountain did not die, Ling Xiao would not be able to forgive him. Everyone, as you can see, these people have already become angry out of humiliation. Go back and be witnesses. We didn't start a civil war. They are the ones with ulterior motives. At the same time, two people from Shuiyang Palace rose into the air and rushed towards Lion Master Bao. Chapter 39-33. The two men who attacked Master Lion Fort were both perfect fifth Divine Core warriors. None of them were Master Lion Fort's match. That was why they had to work together. Get lost. Right now, Master Lion Fort was furious. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao coming back in time, perhaps Dark Frost and Yang Mo would have been killed. Therefore, he was going to make them pay. Roar. A frightening roar sounded out. The Nine Spirits Lion's bloodline was unleashed. He punched both of them at the same time and actually sent them flying. This guy is as scary as a wild beast. Let me help. Another two men flew up into the sky from Shuiyang Palace. Just like the previous two men, they were both perfect fifth Divine Core warriors. For men worked together and surrounded Master Lion Fort. There were only 6 men left from Shuiyang Palace. Only Xing Yi and Yuan Hai hadn't joined the fight yet. The other 4 men were facing Master Lion Fort. This proved how frightening Master Lion Fort was. Fine, let me fight to my heart's content today. Bloodline power, fully awaken. Master Lion Fort knew these 4 men weren't easy to deal with. While roaring furiously, his hair grew longer and longer. Like a golden waterfall, his hair flowed down from his head to his feet. The muscles on his body became more developed as well. His eyes shone with a golden light. His body was covered with a golden energy. Bang! Not only were the 4 men unable to take him down, they were even pushed back. This guy, too bad, he's with Ling Xiao. If not, he would have become a good tool for us. Bing Xuanji furrowed his brows. Master Lion Fort's strength was beyond his expectation. Even though he was fighting 4 men at once, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Instead, he was getting stronger and stronger. He was like a bloodline warrior from the immemorial era. I'll help as well. Seeing this, Yuan Hai flew up into the sky as well. He gathered a frightening amount of energy on his fist and punched towards Master Lion Fort. 5 men worked together, and all 5 of them were 5th Divine Core warriors. No matter how strong Master Lion Fort was, he was finally in a disadvantageous position. I've said it before, I'll kill whoever stands in my way. Since all of you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Mo, go and help. Ling Xiao couldn't act rashly, because Bing Xuanji was staring at him. As long as he made a move, Bing Xuanji would definitely make a move. Fortunately, Lion Master Bao was fighting against 5 of them. Although he was at a disadvantage, he wouldn't be defeated easily. Yang Mo went up to help and soon alleviated his disadvantage. The 2 of them regained their advantage. Dragon Sword Mountain, do you want to watch the show? Starry Night looked at Dragon Sword Mountain and said coldly, "I'll go help." Long Jianshan gritted his teeth. It was impossible for him to not make a move now. He could only brace himself and charge forward. In the end, he was stopped by Yi Lingyan halfway. "Yi Lingyan, do you also want to betray Shuiyu?" Starry Night coldly said, "What a serious crime. Are you fit to convict me? You're just a disciple of the Shuiyang Palace." "I am a disciple of the Eternal Night Palace." Yi Lingyan sneered and charged towards Dragon Sword Mountain. After she transformed into a beast spirit, she could completely suppress Long Jianshan. Starry Night finally could no longer watch from the sidelines. He was also ready to make a move. However, he was stopped by Dark Frost. "Don't forget, there's still me." The Eternal Night Palace and the Shuiyang Palace could be said to have begun a true life and death battle. However, the other palaces were still watching. Ling Xiao looked at Shui Wushuang and said, "As the representative of the Eternal Night Palace, are you just going to watch the show? No wonder the Eternal Night Palace has been unable to become stronger. Your own people have been bullied and humiliated. As a princess, you don't even dare to seek justice for them. You're simply a waste. This matter is clearly your fault. You've already killed so many people. Even if you let Dragon Sword Mountain and Yuan Hai go, so what?" Shui Wushuang said angrily, "Hee, you're still blaming me?" Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. "My impression of you has already changed a little, but the way you are now is really laughable and pitiful. Ghost Valley 3 demons, what have you decided to do?" Ling Xiao looked at the Ghost Valley 3 demons and asked, "We're not familiar with you, so we won't help either side." The leader of the Ghost Valley 3 demons said, "All right, I hope you won't regret it. Whether or not to help was indeed their own freedom. Ling Xiao would not force them. But Ling Xiao also had the freedom to help them." The Ghost Valley 3 demons didn't know that their words of not helping either side had caused them to lose a chance to be saved. "Yu Yi, aren't you going to help?" Starry Night also began to look for helpers. Yu Yi was the young leader of the Moon Demon Palace. At the same time, he was also his twin brother. The two of them chose to join different palaces in order to complement each other better. You really don't let people be at ease." Yu Yi sighed softly. "Traitors! Everyone has the right to kill. People of the Moon Demon Palace, listen to my order, kill." The 10 people of the Moon Demon Palace jumped up at the same time and charged towards Lion Master Fort. Dark Frost, Yi Lingyan and Yang Mo, you finally can't hold back anymore? But Yu Yi, it's fine if you attack alone, but you actually let the people of the Moon Demon Palace attack together. Do you know what this means? It means that you will kill all of them. Ling Xiao sneered and finally soared into the sky, blocking the 10 people of the Moon Demon Palace. "Prince Xuanji, should we attack?" Xiaomu asked. "What's the rush? Let's observe the situation first. When both sides are injured, it won't be too late for us to attack." Bing Xuanji secretly transmitted. "Prince Xuanji is wise." Xiaomu smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, Bing Xuanji was mainly not confident in defeating Ling Xiao. He just wanted to use the people of the Moon Demon Palace to see what Ling Xiao was capable of. Dragon Trapping Talisman. Ling Xiao still had a lot of talismans that he stole from Gu Fenghua and the others. If he didn't use it now, when would he? Releasing the Dragon Trapping Talisman could guarantee that no more enemies would come. This was safer for them. "You think you can stop the 10 of us by yourself?" Yu Yi looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes cold. "Stop." "No." Ling Xiao shook his head. "You will all die." He had already said that anyone who tried to stop him from killing Xingye, Long Jianshan, and Yuan Hai would die. These words had never changed, but there were always people who seemed to have forgotten what he had said and insisted on challenging his bottom line. Since that was the case, why should he be merciful? 10 swords, disperse! Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and 10 swords simultaneously flew out from his storage ring. 10 sword lights formed in front of him and attacked the 10 people of the Moon Demon Palace. In the past, controlling 10 swords at the same time was extremely difficult, but it was different now. After his sword intent reached the peak, these 10 swords were no different from a single sword in his eyes. His will and true essence could be released 10 at the same time to attack 10 enemies. This guy's sword intent has already reached the peak. How can this be? The surrounding people all had ugly expressions. Chapter 39-34. All the geniuses from Shui, you were stunned by Ling Xiao's peak sword intent. This Ling Xiao was much stronger than they had imagined. Ling Xiao was much stronger than they had imagined. The peak sword intent was something that even a 7th Divine Core warrior might not be able to comprehend. When the sword intent was unleashed, all the people from the Moon Palace could feel a sharp pain coming from their bodies. Even their reactions were half a beat slower than usual. The sword intent was impacting their souls, causing them to become sluggish. Do you think we're easy to bully because we're not strong enough? I really don't understand. Where did you trash get your confidence from? A cold smile emerged on Ling Xiao's face. Purple flames ignited on the 10 swords. The complete level of fire intent. The surprise in Bing Xuanji's eyes became even stronger. Each of the swords had become extremely hot, and no one dared to approach them. Infernal Phoenix Beast Soul Transformation. In the next moment, Ling Xiao entered the Beast Soul Transformation state. The Infernal Phoenix Beast Soul Transformation could strengthen the will of fire. It could allow the complete level of the will of fire to erupt with the power of the peak will of fire. All of a sudden, the Moon Demon Palace cultivators stopped in their tracks. It was too terrifying. They had a feeling that if they continued moving forward, they would crash into those swords and become a dead soul under Ling Xiao's swords. Die. Finally, Ling Xiao was done with his preparations. 10 swords suddenly shot out, together with the peak sword intent, the peak will of fire, and the peak will of beast god. They charged towards the 10 men from the Moon Palace. Although most of them managed to block the attack, 2 of their throats were pierced through. However, there were still 2 people whose throats were pierced by 2 of the swords. Their bodies instantly burst into flames. The moment the blood flew up, it solidified and then became carbonized. They're dead. Everyone stared at the 2 men, who were killed in horror. In the end, even their bodies couldn't be preserved. They were burned into charcoal by the scorching flames. Even their inner cores were completely melted, becoming the energy in Ling Xiao's body. Since you've provoked me, why should I be polite? Today, not only the Shuiyang Palace, I'm going to kill all of you. Everyone from the Moon Demon Palace must die. Ling Xiao spat out a cold and stern voice. Once he made his move, he did not intend to show any mercy. Because Dragon Sword Mountain, Yuan Hai, and Starry Night were all examples. He had spared the lives of these people, but he had almost gotten himself killed. He didn't want to make the same mistake again. Therefore, these people had to die. The violent sword intent continued to bloom. The 10 swords had locked onto 8 people and were constantly attacking. Those from the Moon Demon Palace found it extremely difficult to defend against the 10 swords. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao moved. He turned into a crazy flame and rushed into the crowd. Die! He didn't use any martial skills, just an ordinary punch. How could the Moon Demon Palace cultivator, who was already under attack by the sword light, have the time to defend against his attack? A body that was equivalent to a spirit-grade, heavenly king weapon smashed onto the body of a 5th Divine Core warrior. The martial artist's body was directly smashed apart. Then he was engulfed by the flames and burned. He screamed in terror. Death. This punch was like a prelude to a deadly attack. Every single warrior from the Moon Demon Palace was terrified. Every single warrior from the Shui Kingdom had ugly expressions on their faces. Some of them started to regret their actions. Why did they provoke this crazy Ling Xiao? If they didn't provoke him, they might have been able to find some treasures. But now, they didn't even get to see any treasures. They were all killed by their own kind. Such a way of dying was too cowardly and meaningless. Tremble. Everyone from the Moon Demon Palace was trembling. Although Yu Yi was very strong, but right now he had to face 4 swords at the same time. He was already having trouble dealing with them. As for the others, they had witnessed Ling Xiao's frightening close combat skills. At this moment, none of them had the heart to continue fighting. Prince Xianji, save us! Finally, someone cried out for help. It's useless. No one can save you today. Ling Xiao sneered. Another punch was thrown out. Another miserable shriek sounded out as another man was killed. So far, 4 people from the Moon Demon Palace had died in battle, leaving only 6. Ling Xiao, it's fine if you don't lose. I know you're furious, but these are the elites of the Shui Kingdom. If you kill them, our strength will be greatly reduced. Enough! Shui Wushuang shouted from outside. Shut your mouth, idiot woman. If you keep talking, I'll kill you too. Ling Xiao's roar scared Shui Wushuang, so much that her face turned deathly pale. Her mouth was wide open, but she didn't dare utter a word. Ling Xiao's expression was too frightening. It was incomparably ferocious. A single glance was enough to make one's soul feel fear. You won't let me kill you now? Where did you go just now? Even if you were willing to say a few words of fairness for us, today's matter wouldn't have reached such a point. Some people tried to plot against me, and you're actually protecting such trash. Now you think I'm cruel? They asked for it. While speaking, Ling Xiao leapt towards the next man. Although this man had reacted and tried to dodge, there was no way he could escape from Ling Xiao's pursuit. Another punch, and the man exploded. Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his sea of cultivation had increased by 20% after absorbing the inner cores of the 5 people. Of course, this increase was a bit slow. The main reason was that most of the energy from the inner cores had been stored in his potential cells. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them. Ling Xiao was dealing with a 5th-level Divine Core warrior. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. Those men couldn't fight back at all. For now, cultivation didn't mean much to Ling Xiao. After all, his body had reached the mid-7th Order Emperor realm. Even a 7th-level Divine Core warrior wouldn't be able to easily injure him. Continue. Ling Xiao still didn't use any martial skills. He still used ordinary attacks. But with each attack, he could kill a 5th-level Divine Core warrior. Finally, there were 10 men from the Moon Palace. Only Yu Yi was left. Right at this moment, 10 swords were surrounding Yu Yi. One thing was worth mentioning. Yu Ye's cultivation was similar to Xing Ye's, but her overall strength was slightly stronger than Xing Ye's. If not, Xing Ye would have been dead by now. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, the balance was finally broken. Long Jianshan was severely injured by Yi Lingyan, and he was lying on the ground, unable to move. The reason why Yi Lingyan didn't kill him was because she wanted to leave his life to Ling Xiao. After that, Yi Lingyan went to help Yang Mo and Lion Master Fort. After these 3 men joined forces, the 5 men from the Snow Sun Palace were in a miserable state. In just a few moments, the only one left was Yuan Hai. Similarly, Yuan Hai was severely injured as well. He was lying on the ground, waiting for Ling Xiao's judgment. Xing Ye was obviously panicking right now. His strength was weaker than Dark Frost, and he was panicking right now. Dark Frost seized the opportunity and caused him to fall onto the ground, severely injured. He wanted to get up, but he was held back by the white bones that came out from the ground. His blood was being devoured by the white bones. Dark Frost only stopped when Xingye was half dead. Chapter 39-35. Do you want to help? Asked Shi Shaobao. No need. You've seen how strong Brother Ling Xiao is. The Moon Demon Palace is much stronger than the Snow Sun Palace. He had single-handedly killed 9 of them. Even though Yu Yi is stronger than Xing Yi, it's not a big deal. Dark Frost shook her head and said, "Let Brother Ling Xiao vent his anger, otherwise he'll die." At that moment, Yu Ye's face was extremely ugly. At the same time, he was desperately trying to block the attacks of the 10 swords. He could feel his soul trembling. He couldn't win. That was the only thought in his mind. Even though he didn't want to lose, Ling Xiao was giving him too much pressure. It was too terrifying. The other members of the 9 temples all looked solemn. This Ling Xiao was really terrifying. If anyone wanted to kill him, he would kill them. He wasn't afraid of anything. Ling Xiao, do you think that if you kill us, you'll be fine? You're so cruel and tyrannical. You'll definitely be killed by Shuiyu. Definitely. Yu Yi roared hysterically. Kill me? If you really do that, then Shuiyu is blind. I wholeheartedly serve the Eternal Night Palace. But you have the ambition of a wolf. You want to kill me. Now that you're scared of being killed, you want to push the blame onto me? You want to blame me for being cruel and merciless? How ridiculous. The king of Shui, you shouldn't be as stupid as you. Ling Xiao had never thought of betraying Shuiyu. In fact, he was very grateful to Shuiyu. He also wanted to get some good things from the mysterious world to repay them. But he wasn't stupid. If Shuiyu wanted to kill him, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Do you think that the leaders of Shuiyu will believe you? Do they believe you, or do they believe us, who have been cultivating in Shuiyu since childhood? Besides, we didn't kill any of you. But you and your companions killed 9 of my Moonfiend Palace's men, and many others from the Shuiyang Palace. You even killed the Ice Palace's 3 eyes. Do you think you can wash your hands of your crimes? Shouted Yu Yi again. Clear my name? I'm not guilty in the first place, so why do I need to clear my name? Trash like you can't kill us, so you want to use this kind of pitiful method to gain sympathy? Do you really think that the leaders of Shuiyu are as stupid as you? I can't wait to see how they will punish me when I return to Shuiyu with the treasures in my possession. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see anything by then, because you are going to die now. Ling Xiao seemed to be deliberately humiliating Yu Yi. She didn't attack, only letting the 10 swords leave scars on Yu Ye's body. It was as if he was being sliced into pieces. Ling Xiao, be lenient whenever possible. Your hands are already stained with too much blood. Do you still want to continue? Bing Xuanji finally spoke. He wanted to act as a mediator, making Yu Yi, Starry Yi, Long Jianshan, and Yuan Hai remember his kindness. Unfortunately, he had misjudged Ling Xiao. Would Ling Xiao give up because of his words? What a joke. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji and said coldly, "Are you talking nonsense? When they attacked Lion Master Castle, where were you? Now you come out and pretend to be a leader. Ridiculous." Ling Xiao, enough is enough. We are all from the same sect. There is no need to kill all of us. The young leader of Redwater Palace couldn't help but try to persuade him. His attitude was better than Bing Xuanji's, but it was still bullshit. If these people really thought of him as a member of the same sect, they should have said something on his behalf. They shouldn't have hit him when he was down. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. If you do this, you will become the target of everyone in Shuiyu. Do you really want to be a traitor? Shouted someone else. Traitor? Ling Xiao looked at that person and said mockingly, "It's just Shuiyang Palace and Moon Demon Palace. If you kill them, then so be it. You have no right to call me a traitor. I know that you people want Eternal Night Palace to be under your feet forever. Now that we have risen, you are afraid. You are afraid that we will settle our old scores with you. Impudent! You are talking nonsense. This guy is just a bastard. He shouldn't have been taken into Shuiyuyu. No matter what you say, it is useless bullshit. If I, Ling Xiao, want to kill someone, they will not live. 10 swords in one. Kill." Finally, Ling Xiao used a martial skill. The 10 swords that were attacking you suddenly condensed into one. In an instant, it penetrated Yu Yu's body. Yu Yu's internal core was crushed and energy poured into Ling Xiao's body. Her body fell to the ground. In the end, he was still dead. Just a moment ago, when Bing Xuanji and the others spoke for him, he still had some hope. He thought that maybe he could still live. But at this moment, he finally understood that Ling Xiao wouldn't listen to anyone. When Ling Xiao decided to do something, he would definitely do it. And all of you, it's time for you to pay the price for what you have done. After killing Yu, Ling Xiao didn't even bat an eye. He then turned to Xing Yi and the others. "Long Jianshan, I spared your life on the way here. But not only did you not appreciate my kindness, you even sneak attacked me. Since that's the case, you can die now. Let's see how you are going to find trouble with me after you die." Ling Xiao waved his hand. A sword beam sliced Long Jianshan's body in half. His internal core was also shattered. Since he had decided to kill Long Jianshan, Ling Xiao wouldn't show any mercy or hesitation. "Yuanhai Xingyi, you instigated Long Jianshan to sneak attack me, and even tried to kill my friends. You deserve to die as well." Slash. A sword beam killed both men at the same time. The flames burned all the corpses. At the same time, Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in his cultivation ocean had increased to 60%. The energy contained in the inner cores of Xing Yi and Yu Yi, 2 6th level divine core warriors. The effect was indeed extraordinary. Witnessing this scene, all the others were dumbfounded. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The Shuiyang Palace had been completely annihilated. The Moon Demon Palace had been completely annihilated. And this wasn't done by an outsider. They were killed by their own men. "Ling Xiao, do you know what this means?" Bing Xuanji said coldly. "It means I've killed a few trash." Ling Xiao threw a disdainful glance at Bing Xuanji. Then he said to his men, "Let's go. I only feel disgusted here." A group of sanctimonious hypocrites gathered together. "The stench of rot is really strong." Just like that, he left in a dignified manner. He brought his own men and left. No one dared to stop him, not even Bing Xuanji. In this secret realm, unless there was a warrior at the late 7th Divine Core realm or above, no one could stop Jiang Chen. They could only watch as Ling Xiao and his men left. Everyone from Shuiyuyu had ugly expressions on their faces. Although they knew Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with, they still didn't dare offend him. Because Ling Xiao's cultivation was weak, they didn't think too much about it. They didn't think this man could be that strong. But today's scene made them finally understand. Chapter 39-36. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao was too strong. He had single-handedly killed 10 geniuses of the Moon Demon Palace and emerged unscathed. He was simply a monster. Shui Wushuang's body was trembling. Ling Xiao's strength had completely exceeded her imagination. For a moment, she wanted to call out to Ling Xiao, but he didn't even bother to look at her. Back then, she had looked down on Ling Xiao with contempt. She had thought of herself as a high and mighty princess. But now it seemed that in his eyes, she was the one who was the laughingstock. She had always been the one to put on a show for herself. Others didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Ling Xiao left, leaving the rest of the people of Shuiyu behind. He left with Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, Yilingyan, and Yang Mo. They couldn't tolerate each other anymore. Staying would only increase the friction between them. They strolled through the pocket world, filled with the aura of desolation. Ling Xiao put the previous matter aside for the time being. The most important thing, now, was to find the treasure. There were definitely many treasures in the pocket world. The Sword Mountain grass was just an appetizer. It didn't count for much. This pocket world isn't inferior to Shuiyu's pocket world. Let's just walk around aimlessly. Who knows how long we'll have to walk? Why don't we split up into 2 groups? Dark Frost and I will be in a group. Brother Lion, Yilingyan, Yang Mo, you 3 will be in a group. That way, the chances of finding the treasure will greatly increase. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly suggested. He realized that even with his Taiji eye, he couldn't see through the secrets of this pocket world. The 5 of them staying together would be safer, but it would also reduce their chances of finding the treasure. Lion Master Bao and Yilingyan weren't weak. With Yang Mo, their battle prowess would only increase. Even if they ran into people from Shuiyu, they could still escape. I agree. The pocket world is a place of adventure. If we stay together, we'll miss out on a lot of good opportunities. He had heard from his master that this mystic realm would open once every 100 years. As long as one made it out of the secret realm alive, one would become the ruler of a large country, or go to a powerful nation, or even the golden heavens and become a hero. In the end, I still have to rely on myself to grasp the opportunity. I plan to go alone. Liu Xiaobao thought for a moment and said, Me too. It's actually safer for me to travel alone. After all, I'm an assassin. Yilingyan added, Big brother Ling Xiao, I'm thinking about something. Although this place can only be opened once every 100 years, it's still very rare. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, many people had probably come here, apart from the Sword Mountain grass, which would grow again every once in a while. There were no other spirit herbs. Most of the treasures should have been taken away by others. The rest were very difficult to obtain. I also want to split up. I know that Big Brother Ling Xiao is worried about me, but don't worry, I won't get into trouble so easily. It's better to train alone. Dark Frost added. I also want to try it myself. Yang Mo clenched his teeth. Although it would be very dangerous for him to act alone, he wanted to become stronger. He decided to give it a try. Don't be hasty. My suggestion is not to separate now. When it's time to separate, I won't stop you. Follow me first. I have a feeling that that direction is the most dangerous, but it's also the most likely place to obtain the secret treasure. Ling Xiao pointed in a direction. It was located in the northeast of the small world. The others didn't notice anything, but Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye caught some dangerous aura. The most dangerous place would have the fewest people. Then the possibility of leaving behind the treasure was also the highest. Okay, we'll listen to you. The other 4 nodded their heads in agreement. So the 5 of them continued forward. They followed the path that Ling Xiao said. Along the way, they encountered many warriors. But the further they went, the fewer they encountered. Because there were deaths. There were many traps and mechanisms here. Unless one had a Tai Chi eye like Ling Xiao, or knew how to set traps, it was very difficult to pass safely. About half an hour later, there were no other figures around them. What was left was only a desolate environment, and those corpses that seemed to have been sealed for many years. These are probably warriors who have been here before. Like us, They wanted to find the secret treasure, but they lost their lives here. Yi Lingyan observed the corpses on the ground. When she stepped on them, the corpses shattered and turned into powder that scattered with the wind. If it's just a trap, it's unlikely to cause so many casualties. I suspect that this is caused by internal strife. What kind of treasure is this? So many people have died. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi, I carefully analyzed these corpses and came to a conclusion. What kind of treasure could it be? Lion Xiaobao frowned. Let's go and take a look. There seems to be a building over there. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi, I could see things a mile away. It captured scenes that others couldn't. Everyone increased their speed and arrived a mile away. They discovered that the building here actually looked like a sect, although the name of the sect was already blurry due to the passage of time. The overall structure could still be seen clearly. Now we can split up and search for our own opportunities. If you encounter any trouble, use this to contact me. Ling Xiao gave each of them a spirit talisman. It was called a sound transmission talisman and could be used to communicate directly. All right, the few of them knew that the scale of this building was huge. It was more efficient to split up and search. After the other four left, Ling Xiao walked into the sect. It was similar to the sect structure seen in the future, but the scale was much larger. There were many rooms and buildings inside. This included the library, the treasure pavilion, and the like. The five of them carefully searched the place. Because everyone had the ability to search with their soul force, they didn't have to do it like ordinary people. So it was relatively easier. In the process of searching, Ling Xiao discovered some treasures hidden in secret compartments in the corners. But they were all pills, weapons, and the like. He didn't care about them at all. There weren't many things. The more conspicuous treasures should have all been swept clean. If not for his Tai Chi eye, he probably wouldn't have been able to find these things. The five of them gathered together an hour later. Lion Xiaobao, Yang Mo, and Yi Lingyan didn't find anything. Darkfrost found some things, but they weren't of high quality. It was obvious that the good things had been taken away. I just noticed that Bing Xuanji brought the people of Shuiyu over. Lion Xiaobao suddenly said, "It seems that they didn't stop, but we've wasted some time, so it's not like we didn't get anything. I see that the weapons of the four of you are only divine-grade Emperor weapons. They can't keep up with your cultivation anymore. I happen to find a few suitable weapons, all of which are mortal-grade, heavenly king weapons. Each of you pick one. There are also good healing pills and recovery pills. You four can divide them. I don't need them." Chapter 39-37. Ling Xiao had gotten what he wanted. There were a few inner cores that had almost turned into fossils, and they belonged to mortal core warriors. After absorbing all of them, the energy in his cultivation base had increased to 80%. Let's move on. After everyone found their weapons and put away their pills, Ling Xiao called out to them and continued moving forward. Their speed wasn't fast. They were afraid that they might miss something good. Another ruin of a sect. I feel like it's much stronger than the previous one. Yi Lingyan said, "That's right, if we were to rank it according to the strength of the Golden Sky region. The previous sect was at most a small city, but this sect is as big as a small kingdom." Ling Xiao nodded his head. "Let's go in and have a look. We might find something." The five men once again split up and started searching around the sect. This time, because of their previous experience, their search speed was much faster. Soon, all five men gathered at the same place. Watch out! Suddenly, the guy who had turned into a skeleton on the ground suddenly stood up. He dashed towards Yang. Mo Ling Xiao shouted out loudly and threw a punch at the skeleton. Bang! A terrifying roar exploded on the spot. Ling Xiao was pushed back a few steps. but the skeleton was pushed back a few steps as well. So strong, this is the skeleton of an early 7th Divine Core warrior. Although he's dead, it seems like his inner core shattered and fused with the skeleton before he died. This skeleton is good stuff. Ling Xiao smiled excitedly and said, "Now, you guys continue moving forward. I need to kill this skeleton first. But it will take some time. We can't let Bing Xuanji and the others take advantage of us." The 4 men hesitated. "Don't worry about me. Don't you know how strong I am? If I die, you guys won't be able to do anything here." Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face, "All right, be careful, Brother Ling. We'll take our leave first." Lion Xiao Bao finally nodded his head. Then he turned around and left. Yi Lingyan left as well. Dark Frost watched for a while, and after making sure Ling Xiao was fine, she left as well. On the other hand, Yang Mo didn't leave. "Why aren't you leaving?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "I've thought about it. The 3 of them are all capable of holding their own. I'm the only one who's weaker. Although acting alone could train him, it could also be dangerous. He might as well stay by Big Brother Ling Xiao's side. Perhaps I can be of some help." Yang Mo smiled. "It's up to you. Watch the door for me. I think someone will come here soon." Ling Xiao did not object. With Yang Mo's strength, it was indeed very dangerous for him to act alone. It might be better for him to stay here. Ling Xiao began to focus on fighting the skeleton. Although this skeleton was dead, its combat strength was still formidable, especially that strange martial skill, which even Ling Xiao had never seen before. This was a good opportunity for him to hone his skills. The battle lasted for only about 10 minutes. Yang Mo suddenly became nervous because someone had indeed come. Moreover, it was an acquaintance. The Ice Royal Palace's Xiahou Mu and another unfamiliar face were probably from the Ice Royal Palace as well. Who would have thought? Prince Xuanji just wanted us to take a look out of curiosity, and we actually ran into you. Where's Ling Xiao and the others? You idiot, they didn't abandon you, did they? Xiahou Mu sneered at Yang. Mo, do you think everyone else is a heartless bastard like you? I advise you to get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you'll end up like those from the Moon Demon Palace and Shuiyang Palace. Yang Mo said coldly, "What a joke. Trash like you dares to threaten me? If not for that traitor Ling Xiao, I would have killed as many trash like you as I could find." How could Xiahou Mu fear Yang Mo? "Of course I know you're not afraid of me. But what about him?" Yang Mo sneered and stepped aside, allowing Xiahou Mu to see the people in the room. Ling Xiao. Xiahou Mu and the other cultivator from the Ice Royal Palace saw Ling Xiao and immediately took to the air. But halfway through, they suddenly stopped. That's not right. Ling Xiao is fighting. This is the best chance to kill Yang Mo. Both men landed back on the ground and stared at Yang Mo coldly. "Buddy, I'll kill you first, then we'll kill Ling Xiao together. Let's see if that guy can still be so arrogant." Xiahou Mu sneered. Then he thrust his palm toward Yang Mo. In his mind, Yang Mo was just a mid-5th rank Divine Core warrior. Xiahou Mu was a peak 6th rank Divine Core warrior. There was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. With just a single strike, Xiahou Mu was able to kill Yang Mo. Right now, Xiahou Mu was thinking about how he should deal with Ling Xiao after killing Yang Mo. Ling Xiao was the real problem. Actually, Ling Xiao had been watching everything that happened outside. He had been fighting with the skeleton for more than 10 minutes. He had recorded everything that happened with the skeleton in the depths of his soul through the heart of gold. The energy in his cultivation sea had finally increased to 100%. He realized Yang Mo was in danger. He let out a cold snort. Then he immediately transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. Like a blood-red lightning, he arrived in front of Xiaomu in an instant. Although Xiaomu was attacking young Mo, his eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. He saw Ling Xiao pouncing toward him. Without hesitation, he crushed the talisman in his hand and disappeared. The poor warrior from the ice palace who was with him was killed by Ling Xiao with just a single punch. "You're pretty fast at running away." Ling Xiao sneered. He would remember Xiaomu. How dare he sneak attack him while he was fighting? He had to kill him. But right now, he had another problem. More and more warriors were gathering here. Even the skeleton's secret had been discovered by many people. They were attacking it together. Although the skeleton was powerful, none of these martial artists were weak. They were besieged by them. Sooner or later, it would be defeated. In your dreams. "I found it first. I won't let you touch it. Get lost." Ling Xiao leapt forward and pounced toward the skeleton. The skeleton only had the will to fight. It didn't have a brain. Jiang Chun had already figured out its weakness. This time, he decided to end the fight with a single punch. The skeleton's energy had completely merged with his body. His cultivation had begun to break through. "Yang Mo, protect me. Just hold on for 10 seconds. Ling Xiao sat down with his legs crossed and began to break through. Yang Mo responded. Then he stood beside Jiang Chen. This young man was a nice guy. Although he knew the enemy was strong, he didn't back down. He was determined to fight. He only needed 10 seconds. He believed he could do it. Kill him. The surrounding warriors didn't waste any more time. Since Ling Xiao had already said 10 seconds, they naturally had to kill Yang Mo within 10 seconds. If not, they wouldn't know what would happen. However, they had still somewhat underestimated Yang Mo. Although Yang Mo was only a mid-5th rank Divine Core warrior, the weapon in his hand was a mortal rank Heavenly King weapon. It had imperceptibly increased his combat strength and made him much stronger than other warriors at the same cultivation level. Of course, more importantly, Yang Mo's tenacity was strong enough. Chapter 39-38. Young man, you're pretty tough, but too bad you're too weak. You want to protect others? Can you really do that? A sarcastic voice sounded out from the crowd. Our Hidden Sword Nation's sword skill isn't something to be trifled with. Guys, don't hold back. Let's kill this young man. The man who spoke was a very strong man from the Hidden Sword Nation. Judging from his cultivation, he was a mid-6th Divine Core warrior. He was even stronger than Xingyi and Yu Yi. The men next to him were all warriors from the Hidden Sword Nation as well. All warriors from the Hidden Sword Nation focused on the art of the sword, and each of them had a sharp blade in their hand. However, except for the mid-6th Divine Core warrior, the rest of them were only using Divine Great Emperor weapons. Therefore, when they saw the mortal Great Emperor weapon in Yang Mo's hand, they coveted it. Their attacks became even more ferocious. Yang Mo couldn't defend himself at all. He spat out his inner core, trying to protect Ling Xiao with his own life. Big brother Ling Xiao, it's my honor to meet you in this life. I've always been mocked and looked down upon. I'm the only one who's willing to trust me. I can't disappoint you. Come, you bastards, let's die together. Yang Mo was still young, but he was willing to use his own life to protect Ling Xiao. Ha 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 ha, die together? Do you have the ability to do that? Their attacks had arrived in front of Yang Mo, and they were about to collide with his inner core. However, right at this moment, a man suddenly appeared like a ghost. He stood in front of Yang Mo. All the attacks landed on the man's body. The men from the Hidden Sword Nation were shocked. The reason for that was because that person was actually completely unharmed by their attacks. He was emitting a devilish aura, and he was staring at them coldly. The light emitted from those eyes could even pierce through their souls. Run! The men from the hidden sword nation realized the danger they were in. While screaming in fear, they turned around and tried to run. Run? When you wanted to kill me, didn't you think this would happen? Blood shadow sword art, bloodlight clone slash. Die, all of you. In an instant, Ling Xiao turned into dozens of blood-red lights and shot out. In an instant, 7 or 8 hidden sword nation martial artists were killed on the spot. Everyone's dantian was pierced through. These pitiful fellows didn't even have the chance to scream. These 8 men were all 4th and 5th level Divine Core warriors. The remaining 30 or so people were also pale. They didn't know whether to escape or stay. Ling Xiao released the martial spirit enchantment to trap those people to prevent them from escaping. Then he turned to Yang Mo and said, "It's been hard on you. Hurry up and heal your injuries." Yes, Yang Mo finally heaved a sigh of relief after surviving the calamity. He didn't let down Ling Xiao's trust, which put him in a good mood. After consuming the healing pill, he immediately began to treat his injuries. "Brat, you're too arrogant. We're from the Hidden Sword Nation, but killing 8 of us at once, do you still want to live?" The mid-6th Divine Core warrior had a gloomy expression on his face. No matter what, he was a mid-mortal core warrior. This brat looked like he had just broken through to the early 4th Divine Core realm. How dare he not take him seriously? How dare he not take the Hidden Sword Nation seriously? How dare you threaten me? A mocking smile emerged on Ling Xiao's face. In an instant, he transformed into the hell undying bird. A purplish blue flame enveloped his body. The blood sovereign sword in his hand was spitting out the same flame as well. When it intertwined with the blood-red glow, it looked extremely beautiful. His cultivation had returned to the early 4th Divine Core realm. He could now use the Blood Sovereign Sword. Besides, he could now use the Blood Shadow Sword skill, Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps, Blood Devil Seal, and Plum Blossom Acupuncture Palm. Especially the Blood Shadow Sword skill. He could now unleash almost all of its power. His current strength had increased by too much. Looking at Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation, everyone from the Hidden Sword Nation suddenly felt suffocated. It was as if the air around them had become hot. There was also a sharp sword intent pressing down on them. It made it hard for them to breathe. Blood Shadow Kill. Ling Xiao suddenly thrust out his sword. The cold sword beam instantly shot into the crowd. The sword beam pierced through 2 men's dantians, killing them on the spot. "Brothers, let's fight him. We can't run away from him anyway. There's no need to be afraid. We're all warriors from the Hidden Sword Nation. In terms of sword skills, we are no weaker than him." The leader of the group shouted out. Right now, he had to help his companions regroup. If he didn't, these men wouldn't have any fighting spirit left. Facing Ling Xiao would be a dead end for them. Yes, over 30 men leapt into the sky at the same time. They shook their swords and unleashed over 30 sword beams towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The sword beams were extremely sharp and piercing. This was the strength possessed by a warrior from the Hidden Sword Nation. This sword skill is even more powerful than Yang Mo's. Looks like the Hidden Sword Nation does live up to its name. While fighting, Ling Xiao was carefully observing his opponent's martial skills. This was one of his habits. Falling Plum Blossom Steps. Just as the 30-plus sword lights were about to pierce Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Countless plum blossoms suddenly fell down from the sky. Ling Xiao's figure could appear anywhere within the range of the plum blossoms. All the attacks were hitting the spot where Ling Xiao was just now. What they hit was nothing but air. Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Phantom kill. He thrust out the Blood Sovereign Sword, killing another 2 men. Ling Xiao was crazily absorbing the energy from these men's dantians. He was replenishing his potential and increasing the energy in his cultivation base. Multiple shadow kill. After the phantom kill, it was the even more powerful multiple shadow kill. Ling Zhao's figure turned into dozens of afterimages. He killed 5 men and severely injured 6. Just like that, Ling Zhao slaughtered all the warriors from the Hidden Sword Nation like a ghost. In an instant, there were only 4 men left. These 4 people were the strongest of the Hidden Sword Kingdom's martial artists. 3 of them were perfect 5th level Divine Core warriors, and 1 was a mid-6th level Divine Core warrior. It wasn't easy to kill these 4 men. Not only were their sword skills excellent, their movement skills were excellent as well. It was difficult to kill them instantly, but for them, death was just a matter of time. Stop! Suddenly, the leader shouted out, "Young hero, we admit that we were wrong just now. But this is the secret realm. It's normal for something like this to happen. You've killed so many of us. You should feel better now. We apologize." If apologizing is useful, then why do we still practice martial skills? A disdainful grin emerged on Ling Zhao's face. If he was weaker than this man, would he let him go? The answer was no. Absolutely impossible. Sir, don't go too far. Although the Hidden Sword Nation is weaker than the Snow Moon Nation, White Dragon Nation, and Fengho Nation, we are still a very powerful nation. As long as you let us go, we won't pursue what happened today. Chapter 3939. Won't pursue the matter? Hee hee, what an arrogant tone. Ling Zhao sneered. I even dared to provoke the Dongsheng Great Country. Do you really think I'm afraid of a mere hidden sword great country? While speaking, 10 sharp sword beams appeared around Ling Zhao's body. The sword beams were wrapped in purplish-blue flames. Cold, frightening, and murderous. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, the 4 men's expressions turned ugly. They really did not think that Ling Zhao was actually such an audacious person. He even dared to provoke the Dongsheng Great Country, although the Dongsheng Great Country wasn't the strongest amongst the 4 great countries. It was still a great country. It was much more terrifying than any other great country. Even the Shuiyu Great Country, which was said to be almost as strong as a great country, couldn't be compared with the Dongsheng Great Country. Who was this man? What was he trying to do? We're willing to give you everything we have, but please spare our lives. Finally, they started begging. Since they couldn't threaten Ling Zhao, they could only beg. Hee hee, is that really necessary? If I kill you, I can still get whatever I want. Ling Zhao sneered. Then he unleashed all 10 swords at the same time. 10 streaks of sword light attacked the 4 people separately. At the same time, he unleashed the blood-light clone slash. 2 attacks combined. After a brief moment, the 4 men who were still alive and kicking had turned into 4 dead bodies. Ling Zhao burned their dead bodies with his flames and absorbed the energy from their inner cores. The energy in his cultivation ocean had also increased by 30%, but he felt like it was getting more and more difficult. After breaking through to the early 4th Divine Core realm, it was really difficult to increase his cultivation level by absorbing the energy from other people's inner cores. He would need to use some rare treasures to do so, killing and robbing. Ling Zhao collected all these men's storage rings. Most of these men's storage rings were relatively clean. There were only some upper-rank soul stones, pills, and talismans. Only the storage ring of the leader actually had 2 sets of handwritten copies of martial skills. One was a sword skill, a 6th grade Emperor Realm sword skill. The other was a movement skill, also a 6th grade Emperor Realm movement skill. Ling Zhao already had the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps and the Divine Devil Seal, so he was not interested in these 2 things. Thus, he decided to give it to Yang Mo after copying it with his Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Yang Mo was willing to use his life to protect him. Naturally, he wouldn't be so stingy, especially if it was something that he couldn't use. Of course, he had to let Yang Mo bask in the glory. With Yang Mo's cultivation base at the 5th level of the Divine Core realm, he was able to cultivate a 6th Order Emperor martial skill. However, Ling Xiao felt that his strength was still a little lacking, especially his aptitude. He needed to undergo tempering. Thinking of this, he took out an inner core from his storage ring. This inner core came from the water white wolf. It was a peak 8th Divine Core warrior's inner core. It was a heaven pill. Ling Xiao didn't have time to use it back then, and his cultivation dropped. When he gave it to Zi Qianye didn't accept it. Now he could give it to Yang Mo. The stronger Yang Mo was, the more help he would be able to provide. Yang Mo, how do you feel now? Have your injuries recovered? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, it's completely healed. Yang Mo said, Do you trust me? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Yang Mo nodded his head. Good, give me your inner core. Ling Xiao didn't tell him what he wanted. He just wanted Yang Mo to give him his inner core. If it was anyone else, they would probably hesitate. But Yang Mo didn't. It wasn't because he was stupid. It was because he trusted Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao really wanted to harm him, he wouldn't even need his inner core. With just a single strike, he could kill him without leaving anything behind. Ling Xiao took Yang Mo's inner core. After that, he started fusing them together. The process was a bit difficult. After all, his current cultivation base wasn't as strong as before, and the water white wolf's inner core was much stronger than before. Therefore, it took him more than 2 hours to finally fuse the 2 inner cores together. It consumed a lot of energy, but it's worth it. Ling Xiao returned the inner core to Yang Mo. Right when Yang Mo's inner core returned to its original position, he could feel a huge change in his body. In just a few moments, not only did his cultivation base skyrocket, he had broken through to the peak 6th Divine Core realm. Furthermore, all aspects of his body had become much stronger. Of course, the most important thing was his innate talent. He had become much stronger than before. From today onwards, Yang Mo's life belongs to Big Brother Ling Xiao. Yang Mo kneeled down on both knees and expressed his gratitude. Ling Xiao was his second parent. His parents had given him life, and Ling Xiao had given him a new life of cultivation. All right, we don't have much time left. Let's continue moving forward. There's nothing left for us to stay here. When Ling Xiao saw how effective the inner core fusion was, he had thought of fusing his inner core with the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's or the Thief God's inner core. But he had tried, and he hadn't succeeded. Perhaps it was because his cultivation base was still too low, but he believed he could do it in the future. As long as he knew the method, fusing inner cores would be easy. But too bad, every warrior could only fuse with someone else's inner core once in their life. He still had to think about it carefully and choose carefully between the Thief God's inner core and the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's inner core. He had to think about it carefully. Both of you, please give us your treasures. Just as they were about to leave, a few more men suddenly appeared. These men's overall strength was similar to the Hidden Sword Nation's warriors. There were only 6 of them, but they were just as arrogant. The moment they opened their mouths, they demanded that Ling Xiao and Yang Mo hand over their treasures. What arrogance! Not to mention that we didn't get any treasures. Even if we did, do you think you can take them away? Yang Mo sneered. When one's overall strength grew, so did his confidence. In the past, Yang Mo wouldn't have dared to speak like this. But now, he had the confidence to do so. Good lads, I think you're really tired of living. You're just 2 men. How dare you compete with us? You're courting death. One of the men suddenly attacked. He waved the long blade in his hand and slashed down at Yang Mo. Ling Xiao didn't join the fight. Yang Mo still needed to temper himself in real battles to break through his cultivation. Besides, his opponent was only a peak 5th Heavenly Core warrior. He was far weaker than Yang Mo. He was no match for them. Big brother Ling Xiao, can I kill them? Yang Mo asked. Of course, in the secret realm, it's either you die or I live. Since they don't want to let us go, there's no need for us to show any mercy. These 6 men are all yours. Just keep their inner cores for me. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Understood. Right after Yang Mo finished speaking, he drew out his long sword. A cold beam pierced through the air. The warrior didn't even see where the sword beam came from. He could only feel the blinding light from the sword beam blinding him. Then he felt something sweet in his throat, and he fell to the ground. Yang Mo swung his sword again and took out the man's inner core. Then he gave it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao refined the inner core with his flame and absorbed the energy within. Chapter 3940. What? Those men had never expected Yang Mo to be so strong. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. Therefore, they turned around and ran away, no longer thinking about the treasure. Yang Mo was startled by what he saw. If it was before, he wouldn't have been able to kill that mighty warrior so easily. But now, after Ling Xiao had modified his inner core, his combat strength had skyrocketed. This was truly too powerful. How do you feel? The strength of a peak 6 divine core warrior? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. Strong. He's really too powerful. Yang Mo was overjoyed. You'll become even stronger in the future. The inner core I gave you is a peak 8th divine core warrior's inner core from the deep sea dragon domain. That means you'll be able to reach that level at the very least. Ling Xiao continued. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, Yang Mo felt like he was being surrounded by happiness. All right, I won't disturb your happiness, but it's time for us to leave. We've spent a lot of time here, and most of the warriors have left. I'm still worried about Lion Master Bao and the others. Although those 3 men were strong, they were all alone, and it would be troublesome for them to face a large group of enemies. All right, Yang Mo's confidence was off the charts. Even though he hadn't learned the 6th grade Emperor Realm martial skill from the Hidden Sword Nation, he was still confident. With his current cultivation, he would definitely be able to help Lion Master Bao and the others a lot. After that, both men flew into the sky and chased after Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, and Yi Ling Yin. Ling Xiao's worry wasn't without reason. Right now, those 3 men had indeed encountered some trouble. Very far away from them was a strange place filled with caves and mansions. A large number of warriors had gathered here. They had formed a circle, and all of them had nervous and excited expressions in their eyes. It was as if they had found some kind of treasure, but were worried that they wouldn't be able to get it. In the center of the circle, there were many corpses piled up. The corpses were piled up into a high platform. These corpses weren't left behind from the past, and they weren't killed by traps. They were all killed in the same way. Almost everyone's dantian was pierced with a long bone spike, and their throats were cut open by sharp weapons. 2 girls stood on top of the mountain of corpses. One of them looked to be about 12 years old, and her delicate face was filled with cold, killing intent. Her clothes were stained with blood, and his face was a little pale. He wasn't injured. It looked like he had been fighting for too long and had used up too much energy. The other one was about 18 years old. She was wearing a tight black battle robe that wrapped around her exquisite figure. Blood kept dripping from the daggers in his hands. Her situation was much better than the little girl's. It seemed that she had not been involved in the battle for long. He was full of energy and stamina, The little girl was none other than Dark Frost. As for the young woman, she was Yi Yin. Being surrounded by so many people, they couldn't escape easily, but they weren't willing to give up either. Since someone wanted them dead, they would kill to their heart's content. As for why they were surrounded, of course, there was a reason. There were many caves here, but most of them had been looted by people who had been here before. When Dark Frost arrived, she used her outstanding soul power to find a cave within a cave. After entering, she found a strange soul orb. This soul orb was born from heaven and earth. It had no grade, but in Dark Frost's hands, it was more powerful than a rare quality heavenly king artifact. The soul orb was called the Ghost Realm Soul Orb. It could absorb the soul power of the dead to increase one's strength and attack. To Ming Shuang, it was simply something that was tailor-made for her. Other than the Ghost Realm Soul Orb, there were many treasures, martial skills, secret techniques, and so on. So she contacted Lion Master Bao and Yi Yin to come over. Lion Master Bao obtained a rare quality heavenly king artifact saber and a suit of armor that was very suitable for him. It was also a rare quality heavenly king artifact. Yi Yin also obtained a few treasures, and they were all of good quality. Dark Frost put the remaining treasures into her storage ring, preparing to give them to Ling Xiao and Yang Mo. Of course, treasures were just worldly possessions. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't follow their owners forever. What was even more amazing was that all three of them had found inheritances that were suitable for them in this cave. After cultivating for a while, Dark Frost was the first one to break through. Her cultivation had reached the peak 6th Divine Core realm, and she had also mastered 2 more powerful secret techniques. However, right at this moment, someone noticed the existence of this cave. Therefore, some warriors started swarming in, trying to disturb their cultivation and steal their treasures. Lion Master Bao and Yi Yin were still cultivating. Therefore, Dark Frost blocked the entrance by herself and fought for more than 10 minutes, killing dozens of enemies. Right at this moment, Yi Yin had broken through as well. After absorbing the energy from the inheritance, her cultivation had reached the peak 6th Divine Core realm, and she had also obtained the inheritance of a 6th rank Emperor realm martial skill. Lion Master Bao was the only one left, and he was still cultivating. Yi Yin came out to help, and the two fought for another half an hour. More and more enemies came to surround them. The number of dead bodies on the ground was increasing as well. Therefore, the current situation had come to an end. If both of them still had the same cultivation as before, they would have been dead by now. Luckily, not only had their cultivation improved tremendously, they had also learned new secret techniques and martial skills. Furthermore, they had obtained powerful magical treasures. You two beauties, stop struggling. Leave behind all your treasures, and I'll spare your lives. If you don't, not only will you die, you'll also be tortured mercilessly. Look carefully, there are a lot of men here. I'm sure you don't need us to remind you how men will react when they see beauties. A cold and mocking voice sounded out from the crowd. It was a threatening voice. That's right. Don't be fooled by the fact that you're killing each other. Those who died are all trash. Besides, we have a lot of people here. With just the two of you, you won't be able to kill all of them. In the end, you'll still be the unlucky ones. Therefore, for the sake of everyone, I advise you to surrender obediently. Someone else said. Dark Frost's expression was still as cold as ever. Big Sister Ling Yin, I don't want to surrender. What about you? She looked at Yi Yin and said, Of course I won't surrender as well. How can we hand over the things we worked so hard to get to them? Besides, our friend is still inside. We can't let these people disturb his cultivation. Yi Yin gritted her teeth and said, although both of them were women, they were not inferior to men. For their friend, they could do things that were worthy of respect. Well said, Big Sister Lingyan. Big Brother Ling, Xiao didn't misjudge you. Darkfrost smiled and swallowed a soul-stabilizing pill. Her originally pale face quickly recovered. Although Ling Xiao wasn't here, he could still help them. Those medicinal pills were the best helpers. Chapter 3941. Come, if you want to take away our things, then be prepared to die. We have decided to fight to the end. The last 8 words were said by the two at the same time, their voices resounding through the mountain of corpses. Humph! Everyone heard it. These 2 women are completely reckless. There's no point in talking nonsense with them. It's better to continue attacking. Someone said loudly, yes, these 2 killed so many of our people, and now they have become the target of public criticism of the Western Kingdom. If they don't die, it's hard to make the people angry. These people originally thought that the 2 women were easy to deal with. However, a lot of people had died. Feeling displeased, they naturally had to be overbearing. Of course, more importantly, they took a fancy to the treasures on Darkfrost and Yi Lingyan's bodies. But although they shouted very fiercely, in fact, there were only a few who really dared to make a move. Before, they attacked like a swarm of bees, but dozens of people died. Now, they are a little scared. The reason why they are still unwilling to leave is that they have seen the power of the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl in Darkfrost's hands and the blood cloak on Yi Lingyan's body. Each and every one of them is envious. How can they choose to leave so easily? Kill, but don't dare to kill. Leave, but don't want to leave. You are really a group of good-for-nothings. Darkfrost ridiculed, but she is still quite satisfied with the current situation. The other side did not dare to continue to attack like a swarm of bees, which for the 2 of them reduces the pressure a lot. As long as they rely on the pills given by Ling Xiao, it is not a problem to hold on. After a long stalemate, someone finally can't bear it anymore. If you don't dare to go, we will. The treasures are there. They can't keep wasting time here, right? One of them with a long sword has already pounced on Yi Lingyan. Compared to the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl, he obviously likes Yi Lingyan's blood cloak more. Because he is an assassin who is good at movement. The effect of the blood cloak for an assassin is simply a divine weapon. No one makes a move. But once someone makes a move, there will be a lot of people rushing to imitate. After all, there are only so many treasures. If they are snatched away, it will be troublesome. Terrifying killing intent once again shrouds Darkfrost and Yi Lingyan, the 2 of them back to back, their eyes firm and unwavering. No matter how many enemies there are, they must guard the cave entrance. Kill. Yi Lingyan saw the man with the sword pouncing towards her. There were several other experts following behind him. With a cold shout, he made the first move. The bloody clothes on his body suddenly released a bloody net. This blood web was like a spider web, but it was much larger and was completely woven with blood. This place had long been piled up into a mountain of corpses. Naturally, there was no shortage of fresh blood. Although the people who were heading towards her had already sensed the danger, they still couldn't avoid it in time. He was stopped by the huge blood net and stuck to it. He felt the qi and blood in his body churning, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Die! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Lingyan turned into a blur and stabbed the dagger in her hand into a person's throat. Then he disappeared and reappeared. It was like a cold killer harvesting the lives of his enemies. In the blink of an eye, the 7 people who attacked him were all killed by her. They didn't even have the chance to fight back. The effect of the blood robe was really too strong. As for the blood web, it was only one of the effects. This was why so many people wanted to get their hands on the blood robe. At the same time, Darkfrost's battle began. The Ghost Realm Soul Pearl revolved around her body. It released a terrifying soul aura. The people who were attacking Dark Frost all held their heads and screamed in pain. Ghost Realm Light. Then, Dark Frost's mind moved, and several black blurs shot out from the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl. They directly pierced through the dantian of those people. Only a few corpses were left. Their faces were still full of fear. Dark Frost and Yi Lingyan looked at the crowd arrogantly. If you don't have the ability, don't make a move. Otherwise, you will regret it when the place is dyed with blood. So what if they were besieged? So what if it was dangerous? They were unyielding and did not fear death. No matter how many people came, they would kill them all. I think we should forget about it. Let's go. Finally, someone in the crowd chose to leave. This secret realm was so big, there must be other treasures. There was no need to fight to the death here. Anyway, there were so many people here. Even if they really killed Dark Frost and Yi Lingyan, would the treasures really fall into their hands? I'm leaving too. In an instant, hundreds of people chose to leave. But the majority of them still stayed. The temptation of these two treasures was just too great. Not only could the red cloak allow a warrior to conceal himself, it could also absorb blood to strengthen his attack, unleash a blood web, and increase his defense. Not to mention, it was a rare Heavenly King weapon. It would be a shame if they couldn't get it. As for the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl, although it seemed like it would have a better effect in the hands of a soul warrior. But if an ordinary person had it, it could still be used as a handy treasure. The soul pressure it unleashed was just too frightening. Even a 6th level Divine Core warrior would feel a splitting headache from the pressure. Besides, these two women didn't only have these two treasures, they also had many other treasures with them. Although they weren't as good as these two treasures, their effects were still pretty good. Even if it was dangerous, greed and desire could still make people forget about the danger. Everyone became crazy. I think there are still some good things in the cave behind these two women. Their cultivation wasn't so strong before this, but after entering the cave, they became so frightening. I think there are some treasures that are even more exciting than these treasures. Perhaps because the crowd's morale was low, someone started to fan the flames. That's right. There must be a reason why these two women are blocking the entrance. Why don't we work together and kill them? Then we can fight for the treasures with our own abilities. Although they were attacking just now, they were all thinking about different things, and none of them attacked with all their strength. They all wanted to save their strength to fight for the treasures. And that was why so many of them were killed. One had to know that these people were not weak. But now, they realized these two women weren't as simple as they looked. It wasn't worth it for them to fight and die. So they might as well kill these two women first. There were still around 200 men left. If all of them worked together to fight Dark Frost and Yi Lingyan, they would be a formidable force. We can't let them come to an agreement. We have to disrupt their rhythm. Yi Lingyan looked at Dark Frost and said, "That's right, looks like we have to take the initiative. Luckily, there are so many corpses here, it's enough for me. Sister Lingyan, fly up first." After saying that, Dark Frost flew up into the sky. After that, she controlled the Ghost Realm Soul Pearl. A black mist covered the dozens of corpses on the ground. Servants of the soul, awaken from the abyss of evil. Fight for me, live for me. Dark Frost finished chanting the incantation. The dozens of corpses stood up one after another. Their bodies were emitting black mist. Their eyes were dull, and their movements were stiff. However, their speed wasn't slow. Under Dark Frost's control, they leapt into the crowd. Chapter 3942. Ghost Realm Apostles, kill. The corpses that Dark Frost resurrected were one of the secret methods she got from the cave. Ghost Realm Apostles, a high-level 6th level Emperor level secret method. Although the resurrected apostles couldn't use the martial skills they had when they were alive, their physical strength was the same as before. Moreover, they became immortal monsters. Unless their corpses were completely smashed, they could still move even if they were dismembered. At the same time, Yi Lingyan also rushed into the crowd with the blood cloak. Wherever the blood cloak went, screams were heard. There were many injured people, and one of them was beheaded by Yi Lingyan directly. Yi Lingyan didn't talk much. She looked like an obedient girl, but she didn't hesitate to kill people. A warrior was pressed to the ground by a ghost realm apostle. He was bitten beyond recognition in an instant. After a while, he got up from the dead and joined the ranks of the ghost realm apostles. This was the most terrifying thing about this move. Every time the enemy died, Dark Frost would have one more helper. Quick, kill them quickly, or we'll all die today, people exclaimed. They released powerful attacks one after another, attacking Yi Lingyan and Dark Frost. They knew that they didn't have many choices at the moment. They could choose to run away, or they had to fight with all their strength. Otherwise, they would be killed one by Dark Frost and Yi Lingyan. Yi Lingyan was wearing the blood cloak like a ghost. Not only was her defense strong, but she was also very fast. The blood cloak released streaks of bloodlight that could attack the enemy directly. The enemy couldn't even touch her, let alone kill her. As for Dark Frost, she was protected by several ghost realm apostles. She wouldn't be in any danger for a while. However, they were alone after all. At the same time, more people came from the surroundings. Although many people ran away, but more and more people came. At first, these people were watching and didn't attack. But when they saw Yi Lingyan's blood cloak and Dark Frost's ghost realm soul pearl, greed appeared in their eyes. They also joined the attack. Suddenly, a black figure appeared behind Dark Frost. A ghost realm apostle was torn apart on the spot. Then, the huge claw reached for Dark Frost's head. Bone Cage. Dark Frost hastily used White Bone Cage to block the attack. With the help of the demon ghost soul pearl, the White Bone Cage, which was originally a 5th-level Emperor grade secret technique, could now erupt with the power of a 6th-level Emperor grade secret technique. He forcefully blocked that warrior's attack. Eye of Fear. Ming Shuang's eyes suddenly glowed with a crimson light. When that martial artist saw this pair of eyes, he immediately fell into a state of panic. For a moment, he actually forgot to escape. He was pierced by the bone spikes of the White Bone Cage and bitten to death by the remaining ghost domain apostles. A moment later, black smoke rose from his body, and he turned into a devil's apostle. This girl's ghost domain soul pearl is too scary. Although the besieging warriors all knew how terrifying the ghost realm soul pearl was, it was precisely because of this terror that made them even more greedy. If he could get his hands on such a good item, even if he couldn't unleash the girl's power, he would still be able to use it. He would definitely be able to achieve other effects. If he really couldn't, he could exchange it with a soul warrior for something good that he could use. Kill. Several more figures pounced on Dark Frost. All kinds of weapons bombarded the White Bone Cage. Crack! Crack! The White Bone Cage shattered bit by bit, and it was about to be destroyed. Suddenly, the Ghost Realm's Soul Pearl released a terrifying soul power. The color of the White Bone Cage turned black, and the broken parts were reconnected. Not only that, huge black monsters appeared in the 4 directions of the White Bone Cage. They each held a weapon in their hands, and they fiercely slashed at those warriors who pounced on them. Oh no! Oh no! Run! Those warriors sensed that something was wrong and wanted to dodge, but the ghost domain apostles grabbed their legs and feet. It was only a moment of delay, and they were killed by the black bone monsters. Continue, don't be afraid. The stronger the power of the ghost realm's soul pearl, the crazier these people became. Killing those people didn't make them feel afraid. Instead, it attracted more attacks. Darkfrost's face turned pale. She felt a splitting headache. It consumed a lot of soul power to maintain this kind of secret method. Every time the enemy attacked, she was in great pain. Boom, boom, clang, crack. All kinds of weapons, fists, and feet smashed on the white bone cage like raindrops. Although the ghost domain apostles kept coming forward to stop them, they could only hold on for a moment. After all, the ghost domain apostles couldn't use martial arts or secret methods, and could only fight with their bodies. Their combat power was relatively weak. Ming Shuang was about to be in trouble. A streak of blood light flew over. Dark Frost knew that Yi Lunyan had arrived, so she activated her soul power and released the white bone cage. Countless white bones were released, trapping all the warriors who were attacking her. After Yi Lunyan arrived, she only needed to kill them. She killed all the warriors who besieged Darkfrost one by one. Usually, it would take hundreds of moves to finish them off in a one-on-one fight. But now, she only needed one move to finish them off. This was cooperation in battle. The two girls became more and more skilled in the battle, which was the key to them being able to hold on until now. The crowd retreated once again. After a wave of fierce attacks, there were more than a dozen corpses left, and those corpses turned into ghost domain apostles again, standing around Dark Frost and Yi Lunyan. Excluding those who were destroyed, there were more than 30 left. Damn it, these two women are too scary when they work together. Coupled with the magic treasures in their hands and their respective martial arts and secret techniques, it's simply watertight. People gnashed their teeth hatefully. The more they looked, the more jealous they became. Not only their treasures, but also their martial arts. It was as if they were born to cooperate with their treasures. At that moment, another group of people rushed over. It's those two women. Ling Xiao is nowhere to be seen. It seems that they separated. Among the group of people, there were cultivators from Shuiyu. Prince Xuanji, do you want to attack? These two women seem to be very lucky to have obtained something good. Instead of benefiting others, why don't we take it for ourselves? Xiaomu asked. Xiaomu had tried to sneak attack Ling Xiao before, but in the end, he had fled in fear, leaving his companions to die. This meant that two people from the Ice Imperial Palace had died at Ling Xiao's hands. His hatred for Ling Xiao was not just any ordinary hatred. The battle stopped temporarily, so they weren't in a hurry. Get out of the way. Bing Xuanji didn't reply to Xiaomu. He just humphed coldly, and his qi filled the air. In an instant, the cultivators surrounding Dark Frost and Yi Lunyan were frightened, and they all retreated. The cultivators of Shuiyu had lost the Moon Demon Palace and the Snow Sun Palace, but they still had a lot of people. There were nearly 100 people, and they were all in the same group. Although there were nearly 300 people here, they all belonged to different groups. They didn't dare provoke them. Chapter 3943. Seeing the crowd move aside, Bing Xuanji smiled and walked toward Ming Shuang and Yi Lunyan. You two did well. Now, give me the treasures. We're all united. I don't think these people will dare attack you again. Yi Lunyan and Dark Frost glanced at each other and saw the disdain in each other's eyes. What a joke! They already knew what kind of person Bing Xianji was. If they gave the treasures to Bing Xianji, they would die quickly. The reason why he hadn't died yet was because of the effects of these two treasures. Handing them over would be courting death. Bing Xianji, you're shameless. Didn't you say we were traitors of Shuiyu? Now you want us to give you the treasures we worked so hard to get. You're really shameless. Darkfrost smiled coldly. How insolent! Prince Xianji is magnanimous. You've done so much for Shuiyu. You've done great deeds for Shuiyu, so he'll be lenient with you. If you hand over the treasures, they don't belong to us. They belong to the entire Shuiyu. Don't slander me. How magnanimous of a vile person. Xiaomu shouted furiously. I'm just a little girl. So, what if I'm magnanimous? It's better than giving away the treasures and getting killed. If you want the treasures, take them with your own strength. Don't play such ridiculous tricks. Do you think we're all idiots? Darkfrost mocked him. Miss, you're wrong. How about this? You should have a lot of treasures. I don't want the ghost pearl. You just need to hand over the Shuiyu. We'll use it. That way, we'll be united, and we won't be afraid of others. That's fine, right? Anyway, after leaving the mysterious world, what's yours will still be yours. Why be so stubborn? Bing Xianji said with a smile. Hee, what a dignified reason. Since you said so, it's simple. We're both from Shuiyu. The treasures can be used by you or by us. It's the same. Moreover, the two of us have mastered the ability to use these two magic treasures. It would be more convenient to use, so there was no need to lend it to others. If you want to show your sincerity, then defeat these people who are besieging us. Darkfrost said indifferently. This little girl had been by Ling Zhao's side for a long time, so she had also learned how to speak eloquently. There was no way Bing Xuanji could fool her. You're wrong. Xiaomu shook his head and said, You are too weak. You will only waste the power of the artifact. It was better to give the blood-stained robe to Prince Xuanji, who would be able to unleash its full potential. Moreover, if we want to help, it can't be that we don't get any benefits, right? Do you really want to die here as traitors? There was a strong threat in Xiaomu's words. Although Bing Xuanji didn't respond to Xiaomu's question, it was obvious that he didn't oppose Xiaomu's words. That was his intention as well. If Darkfrost and Yi Lingyan were not willing to hand over their magical treasures, then, in that case, they had no choice but to act. At the end of the day, you just want the magical treasures. So why are you still talking so much nonsense? Who are the traitors of Shuiyu? Naturally, the higher-ups of Shui, you will have the final say, not you people with ulterior motives. Darkfrost said disdainfully, Good, you finally spoke your mind. It seems that Starry Night and the others were right. You people want to betray Shuiyu. You don't care about the interests of Shuiyu at all. Xiaomu sneered. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You think you can represent Shuiyu? Darkfrost said disdainfully. If he can't, then what about us? Yes, that's what we all mean. You followed that traitor Ling Xiao and killed your fellow disciples. Today, I gave you 2 opportunities, and you didn't know how to cherish them. Since that's the case, it's better to clean up the sect today and kill all of you traitors. Otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. Bing Xuanji said coldly. Obviously, he couldn't hold back his temper anymore. Whether it was the blood cloak or the ghost domain soul pearl, he was very envious. Finally, you're showing your foxtail? If you want the treasure, just say it. Why do you have to make yourself so uncomfortable? You're obviously a black-hearted person, but you want to tell others that you're a white lotus? Darkfrost sneered and said, Anyway, we already have enough enemies. If you want to steal it, then do it. At worst, we'll have to kill a few more people. That's right, Yi Lingyan finally said. She didn't say much, but her attitude was very clear. Humph, you 2 traitors, you really know how to find excuses. I, Bing Xuanji, am the chief disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace. I'm also the next king of Shuiyu. If I ask you to hand over the treasure, you must hand over the treasure. If you don't hand it over, you're a traitor. Since you're a traitor, you can be killed. Bing Xuanji snorted coldly. He didn't even bother to hide his greed anymore, completely exposing his greedy side. He was very aggressive. Actually, He was just a disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace. He was just a little stronger. In reality, he didn't have any power. He claimed that he was the future king of Shuiyu, and that if they didn't obey him, they would betray Shuiyu. That was a bit too arrogant. When the surrounding people heard Bing Xuanji, they also felt that he was shameless and funny, but they didn't dare say anything. Bing Xuanji was extremely strong, and he was also a disciple of Shuiyu. They couldn't afford to offend him. My teacher once said that there are shameless people in the secular world. They always claim that they are the messengers of justice. In reality, they're all thieves and prostitutes. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. A voice came from the cave. Sure, Xiao Bao came out of the cave and looked at Bing Xuanji coldly. You're the most shameless person I've ever seen since I stepped into the secular world. You keep saying that you're doing this for the benefit of Shuiyu. If you're really that great, then what you should do now is to help us out. You shouldn't be eyeing these treasures. Sure, Xiao Bao's armor was dazzling. It was as if a lion was draped over his body. He changed his weapon again. It was a saber with a lion pattern on the hilt. It was a heavy and gigantic saber. It weighed at least 5,000 jin. When he swung it, it looked like a tiger. Of course, the most important thing was that it was also a precious heavenly emperor weapon. It was definitely as powerful as Shui. The day I joined the Eternal Night Palace, the day I became a disciple of the Eternal Night Palace. I will never betray Shuiyu, but people like you who only think about themselves don't deserve to be disciples of Shuiyu. Even if I kill you, I'm sure that General Lang will forgive me. Sure, Xiao Bao continued. Then he looked at Shui Wushuang and said, Shui Wushuang, you're the representative of the Eternal Night Palace. You're also the daughter of the king of Shui Mantian. Today, you should say something fair, right? Our Eternal Night Palace is being bullied. You can't be indifferent, right? That was the last chance Sure Xiao Bao gave Shui Wushuang. Chapter 3944. Nonsense! Bing Xianji's words are my father's words. Of course I listened to him. You people have already been expelled from the Eternal Night Palace. You don't deserve to be disciples of the Eternal Night Palace, said Shui Wushuang without hesitation. We don't deserve to be disciples of the Eternal Night Palace. Lion Xiao Bao smiled and said, What a stupid and conceited woman. Who do you think you are? The leader of the Eternal Night Palace? Unfortunately, you don't deserve to be disciples of the Eternal Night Palace. I said you were the representative of the Eternal Night Palace because I wanted to give you face. First of all, you're not strong enough, and second of all, you look down on the Eternal Night Palace. The real representative of the Eternal Night Palace is Ling Xiao. As the disciple of the Eternal Night Palace, he is the most qualified person to be the leader of the Eternal Night Palace and even the king of Shuiyu. You and Bing Xianji are just foils to him. Kill them. Bing Xianji didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. He was completely infuriated by Lion Xiao Bao and the others. He waved his hand, and all the cultivators of Shuiyu threw themselves at Lion Xiao Bao, Dark Frost, and Yilin Yin. You two hurry up and recover. I will block them for a while, whispered Lion Xiao Bao. Then he took a step forward. He slashed with his sword. At that moment, it seemed like the space was about to be torn apart. A terrifying and gigantic sword chi appeared in the air. Dodge. They realized how terrifying that sword chi was. The cultivators of Shuiyu who were rushing towards Lion Xiao Bao, and the others all tried to dodge. However, there were still many people who couldn't dodge. That sword chi had killed 10 people. The saber chi left a terrifying gully on the ground, causing people to tremble. How terrifying! The people who were rushing towards the three of them all stopped. Even the people who had surrounded Ming Shuang and Yi Lingyan earlier were afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape in time. Lion Xiaobao's attack was too terrifying. Humph! Ice goddess, punish these ignorant mortals. At that moment, Bing Xianji attacked. Behind him, a beautiful face appeared. It was his spirit, the ice goddess. A violent cold wind blew in an instant. The entire space became bone-chillingly cold. A thick ice wall separated them from the outside world. The people who had surrounded Ming Shuang and Yi Lingyan had actually been separated from each other. They tried to attack the ice wall, but to no avail. The ice wall did not budge. Furthermore, every time he attacked, it would cause his power to freeze. That feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Attack! The goddess of ice will grant you power. Bing Xuanji gently waved his hand. He ordered all the cultivators of Shuiyu. On the bodies of those martial artists, they were all wearing crystal-like armor that became incomparably hard. On the other hand, Dark Frost, Yi Lingyan, and Liu Xiaobao didn't look too happy. In this cold environment, they were unable to display their true strength. You have no idea how terrifying I am. Bing Xuanji's voice was cold and murderous. He had single-handedly boosted their morale. The cultivators of Shui, you suddenly looked ferocious. They began to surround Leo Master, Dark Frost, and Yi Lingyan. Even though all three of them had their own treasures, even though all three of them had broken through to the perfect sixth divine core realm, they were still able to break through to the perfect sixth divine core realm. However, none of them were as strong as Bing Xuanji. Even if they joined hands, they still couldn't compete with Bing Xuanji. Bing Xuanji was too terrifying. No wonder he was the #1 genius of Shuiyu and the chief disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace. In a flash, all the apostles of the demon region were frozen. The cultivators of Shuiyu tore them apart. Bing Xuanji smiled coldly. He waved his hand and opened a door in the ice wall. Those people outside, do you want to steal their treasures? I will give you a chance. Let's see if you dare take it or not. He was really evil. He wanted Leo Master, Dark Frost, and Yi Lingyan to be besieged and killed. He didn't even need to stain his hands with blood. That way, even if the strong cultivators of the Eternal Night Palace blamed him, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. They wouldn't be able to punish him. In the end, over 100 people came through the door, even though there were still 200 people who chose to watch. Inside the ice wall, 200 people were besieging the three of them, especially Bing Xuanji, Dark Frost, and the other two were in a difficult situation. Leo Master's blade Qi was terrifying, but Bing Xuanji's ice Qi was even more terrifying. Every time he wanted to kill a cultivator of Shuiyu, Bing Xuanji would deliberately stop him. But the slaughter didn't stop. Bing Xuanji was terrifying, but Dark Frost, Yi Lingyan, and Leo Master weren't weak either. Leo Master looked like a golden god of war. He was holding his Zamadeo and slaughtering his enemies as if they were vegetables. Dark Frost's bone cage kept emerging from the ground. She killed one enemy after another. Yi Lingyan's clothes were covered in blood. Horrible shrieks rose and fell one after another. But the three of them were killing the greedy cultivators of Shuiyu. As for the cultivators of Shuiyu who were wearing ice armor, apart from the 10 people Leo Master had just killed, there were only a few left. So far, he had only killed 2 of them. It was too difficult. Bing Xuanji's spirit was too terrifying. The battle didn't stop. Leo Master, Dark Frost, and Yi Lingyan were all injured. There were many scars on each of their bodies. After all, they were all alone. Even though they had already killed more than 50 people, blood was splashing everywhere inside the ice walls. but there was a limit to human strength. They still couldn't reach Ling Xiao's level. Let's see how long you can last. Bing Xuanji was floating in the air and looking down at the three people coldly. He was smiling coldly. If he wanted a treasure, he had to get it. If they didn't give it to him, they would die. Suddenly, Ming Xuang froze for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. He's here. Bing Xuanji was surprised, and then said disdainfully, "You're talking about Ling Xiao, right? Unfortunately, even if Ling Xiao comes today, he won't be able to save you. If I want you to die, you'll all die, including Ling Xiao. Do you think you're the only ones who have obtained treasures? Of course I have them too." Before, Bing Xuanji hadn't attacked Ling Xiao because he didn't have absolute confidence. But it was different now. He was happy that Ling Xiao was here. "What you said only shows your ignorance. You don't know how terrifying brother Ling Xiao is." Dark Frost looked at Bing Xuanji mockingly. She had seen people who were as proud as Bing Xuanji. They thought they were the masters of fate. They thought they could easily defeat Ling Xiao. But in reality, none of those prideful people could escape Ling Xiao's wrath. Swoosh! In the distance, a blood-red lightning bolt was flying toward them. Not only was the lightning fast, but it was also terrifying. Wherever it passed, nothing was left. The ground was scorched black. Boom! A terrifying lightning bolt fell from the sky. Blood-red thunder god. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy. The terrifying blood-red thunder god blasted into the crowd. Chapter 39:45. The Crimson Thunder God landed in the crowd. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people had been turned into charcoal. The most terrifying thing was that the ice wall had also been destroyed. Ling Xiao was floating in the air, looking at Bing Xuanji coldly. At that moment, a beam of sword light flew over and pierced through the crowd. Several more people were killed by the sword light. Yang Mo appeared next to Ling Xiao. Originally, the two of them had come together, but Ling Xiao was too fast, so Yang Mo was left behind. Bing Xuanji and the others were staring at Ling Xiao and Yang Mo. The arrival of these two people had killed more than 10 people of Xueyu, although the other cultivators had died even more. But Bing Xuanji didn't care about that. "Ling Xiao, Dragon Sword Mountain was right to kill you. You have wild ambitions, so you should be killed," Bing Xuanji finally said. His cold voice seemed like it could freeze Ling Xiao. Boom! A terrifying fire burned on Ling Xiao's body. The ice around him melted in an instant and even evaporated. "Shut up! What right do you have to lecture me? Convict me?" Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji and shouted, "The king told us not to kill each other. But what about you? You shameless bastards! You actually colluded with outsiders to attack your own people for 2 treasures. You are the real traitors of Xueyu. Shameful! You ask me, what right do I have to convict you? Because I am Bing Xuanji. I am the young leader of Xueyu. You don't agree?" Bing Xuanji said coldly. "Young leader? Do you have the guts to fight me?" Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji proudly and released a terrifying qi, which made the surrounding cultivators tremble with fear. Although he didn't have any treasures, he was strong enough. Challenging Bing Xuanji, the cultivators of Xueyu were stunned. The reason why they listened to Bing Xuanji was because Bing Xuanji was strong enough. He represented the strongest young cultivator of Xueyu. Nobody dared to disobey him. But now, Ling Xiao actually wanted to challenge Bing Xuanji. This really made their minds a little confused. Bing Xuanji was also stunned for a moment, but soon a sinister sneer appeared on his face. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Fight with you? Why wouldn't he dare? Who do you think you are? I am the leader of Xueyu. He was also the highest-ranked first seat for this trip to the secret realm. You must obey my orders. Whatever I say is what it is. Whoever I want to convict, I can convict. When he said that, the other cultivators of Shui, you didn't object. There were even people who shouted their support. This was Bing Xuanji's power. The Ice Imperial Palace was the strongest palace in Shuiyu. The leader of the Ice Imperial Palace was the king of Shuiyu. He, Bing Xuanji, was like a crown prince. Even though in Shuiyu there was no rule stating that the other palaces had to listen to Bing Xianji, however, there was an unwritten rule that Bing Xuanji would be the future palace lord of the Ice Palace. He would be second only to one person and above everyone else. Even the generals and nobles had to listen to his orders. Maybe because of this, Bing Xuanji had become extremely arrogant. Ling Xiao, even though you passed the exam of the Eternal Night Palace and became disciples of the Eternal Night Palace, but if you don't obey my orders, you won't be a disciple of Shuiyu. I have the absolute authority to expel you from Shuiyu at any time. Even the high-ranking officials of the Eternal Night Palace don't dare violate my orders. Today, I can let bygones be bygones for what happened between the Moon Palace and the Sun Palace. But if you want to live, you have to hand over the treasures and skills you obtained. Otherwise, only death awaits. After seeing Ling Zhao's temper, Bing Xuanji had become a lot more straightforward. If you don't hand over the treasures, you will be killed. What a joke. Do we need your approval? Even the king of Shuiyu, Shui Mantian, acknowledges our existence. Who do you think you are? If you don't hand over the treasures, you will kill us? Let's see how you will kill us today. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji mockingly. Did Bing Xuanji think that everyone was afraid of him? Arrogant bastard. Curse Xiaomu. How dare you disrespect Prince Xuanji? You are courting death. As soon as he said that, Ling Zhao's glare silenced him. You are Xiaomu, right? You escaped death by a fluke, so you better shut your mouth. Otherwise, no matter what happens today, the first person I will kill will be you. Xiaomu trembled from head to toe. He opened his mouth, but didn't dare to speak. He had seen Ling Zhao's strength and didn't want to lose his life here. Trash. Bing Xuanji scolded Xiaomu and then said, Ling Xiao, you are indeed very strong. Even Xiaomu was suppressed by you. You are not simple, but you shouldn't have made me your enemy. If you had supported me, the Eternal Night Palace would have risen in the future. You would have become my right-hand man. But you insisted on making me your enemy. If I don't kill you, how can I face the king's trust in me? I am a person who cherishes talent. I will ask you one last time. Will you hand over the treasures? Even if you ask 10 more times, the answer is still no. Ling Xiao said coldly, if you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of wasting words? If you win, I will give you the 2 treasures. The treasures are theirs. Do you have the right to decide? Said Bing Xuanji with a frown. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Dark Frost, Yi Lingyan, and Shi Xiaobao. Are you willing to give me the treasures? Not lend them to me, but give them to me. Yes. The 3 of them didn't hesitate and handed the treasures to Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't take them. His fleshly body was his most powerful treasure. His firestorm wheels were as powerful as those treasures. He just wanted to show Bing Xuanji what it meant to win people over with virtue. Bing Xuanji's face was a bit ugly. He was the leader of the young generation in Shuiyu country. He couldn't make the 3 of them obey him, but Ling Xiao easily made them obey him. Wasn't that a slap to his face? All right, since it's that way, let's fight. Bing Xuanji was determined to use his own strength to obtain the treasures. Wait, if I lose, those treasures will be yours. But what if you lose? said Ling Xiao indifferently while looking at Bing Xuanji. He was extremely confident. I will lose. Bing Xuanji suddenly burst into laughter. The Ice Imperial Palace is the strongest palace in Shuiyu, and I, Bing Xuanji, am the leader of the Ice Imperial Palace. All the young people have to listen to my orders. Do you think that if I'm not strong enough, they will listen to me? You underestimate the #1 genius of Shuiyu. Do you know what you're doing? Said Ling Xiao suddenly while laughing. You're a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant. What? Bing Xuanji frowned. You don't understand, even if you are the #1 genius of Shuiyu. So what? It only proves that the young people of Shuiyu country are not outstanding enough. It doesn't prove anything. You won't lose. You really think too highly of yourself, said Ling Xiao disdainfully. Chapter 3946. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xianji and said mockingly, I've already killed a lot of people like you. I've killed people who were much stronger than you. What do you think you are? Bullshit. Shuiyu is one of the strongest countries in the Western continent, said Bing Xianji coldly. So what? Do you only care about the big countries? Above the big countries, there are 4 strong countries, and above the strong countries, there is the Golden Heaven country. You're such a short-sighted person, you can only see a small part of the world in front of you. How sad. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. I just want to know what you'll do if you lose. Even though I can't lose, since you've said so, what do you think? If I lose, you'll be the young leader of Shuiyu. What do you think? Said Bing Xianji while smiling coldly. He obviously didn't think that he would lose. He was just mocking Ling Xiao. That doesn't count. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, If I kill you, I'll be the young leader of Shuiyu. I don't need you to give it to me. You don't have the right to give it to me. Let's change it. If you lose but don't die, you'll be my slave. You'll do whatever I tell you to do. What do you think? Bing Xianji pulled a long face, because Ling Xiao was humiliating him. But after a short time, he suddenly raised his head and said, So what? You can't defeat me anyway. Did everyone hear that? Bing Xianji agreed to it himself. I didn't force him, said Ling Xiao while smiling. Do you really think that you can defeat Bing Xianji? You don't know how terrifying Bing Xianji is, said Shui Wushuang while looking at Ling Xiao, as if she was mocking Ling Xiao for his ignorance. She didn't know that she was the one who was ignorant. Whether I can win or not, it's not something you can say. We'll know after the battle, said Ling Xiao indifferently. All right, we'll know after the battle. Let's start, said Bing Xianji in a clear and resonant voice. People of Shuiyu, listen up. After I defeat Ling Xiao and obtain the treasure, I'll kill anyone who dares to make a move. Indeed, he never thought that he would lose. Therefore, he was already thinking about what to do after obtaining the treasure. Yes, everybody from Shuiyu nodded. Nobody dared say anything, because Bing Xuanji was that powerful. Only those who had lived and cultivated with Bing Xuanji knew how terrifying this person was. Ling Xiao challenging Bing Xuanji was like trying to smash an egg against a rock. He was courting death. However, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with them. Instead, he looked at the people around him and said, Who dares to attack my friends when I'm fighting? Don't blame me for being ruthless. You better remember my words. Otherwise, when you die later, don't say that I didn't warn you. Of course, his words couldn't intimidate those people. Human greed was a bottomless pit. In order to obtain those treasures, they were willing to take risks. However, Ling Xiao did not expect them to listen. What he said was just an excuse to kill. He wouldn't kill innocent people, but he wouldn't let go of anyone who dared to attack his friends. After saying that, he threw his glance back at Bing Xuanji. His body instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. He dared not be careless when facing Bing Xuanji. Bing Xuanji's cultivation had reached the early seventh divine core realm. Most terrifyingly, he must have obtained some sort of inheritance or treasure. Therefore, he couldn't underestimate his enemy. The consequence of underestimating his enemy was that he would have to pay a heavy price. Not only would he die, his friends would also have to die. Let's begin. A terrifying aura was unleashed from his body. It was as if he was a ferocious beast from the immemorial era. His aura was so powerful that it made everyone feel suffocated. They all felt terrified. This guy is terrifying. His cultivation isn't strong, but his aura is so terrifying. Could he be a legendary beast god? Xiaomu was shocked. I think so. Judging from his aura, he is definitely a beast god. Before this, none of the people from Shui Yu had seen Ling Zhao's true strength, because when Ling Xiao was in Shui Yu, he had never transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. He had used other beast soul transformations, but none of them had such a powerful aura. The people from Shui Yu started to become vigilant. They realized that no matter who was facing Ling Xiao, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. The warriors in the surroundings were even more frightened. Initially, they thought that the battle between Bing Xuanji and Ling Xiao would be a completely unfair battle. No matter what, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to win. But now, that didn't seem to be the case. Ling Zhao's strength had exceeded their expectations. Initially, they were planning to wait until Ling Xiao and Bing Xuanji started their battle. Then they would seize the opportunity to fight for the treasure. But now, they had changed their minds. They would wait until the battle was over. When two tigers fought, one of them would be injured. No matter who was stronger between Bing Xuanji and Ling Xiao, they believed that one of them would be defeated, and they would be injured. At that time, it would be their chance. The people of Shui Yu were nervous. Too many things were at stake in this battle. If Bing Xuanji won, he would naturally be able to obtain all the treasures and become even stronger. His position as the leader would be unshakable. But if Ling Xiao won, would Bing Xuanji really agree to be Ling Zhao's servant? This result shouldn't be possible. What a joke. You don't really think that Prince Xuanji will lose, do you? I say, it's not like you haven't seen how terrifying Prince Xuanji is. Are you all stupid now? Xiaomu sneered. That's right. Prince Xuanji not only controls the ice goddess martial spirit, but also the Xianji martial spirit. Poor Ling Xiao, he doesn't know that he has two martial spirits. Shui Wushuang said indifferently, in the entire Shui Yu, the only young warrior who could make her fear and respect him was Bing Xuanji. Her arrogance was nothing in front of Bing Xuanji. Besides, Bing Xuanji had been famous for so many years and had never lost a battle between the young warriors of the 300 countries. His strength was obvious to all. Ling Xiao wanted to defeat him. It was impossible. However, their discussion and judgment couldn't affect the outcome of the battle. Ling Xiao took the initiative to attack. 10 different colored sword qi burst out with sharp lights. They condensed into one attack and blasted towards Bing Xuanji. Before the sword qi reached him, he felt a sharp pain. The cultivators standing near Bing Xuanji were so scared that they hastily dodged. They were afraid that their bodies would be cut into pieces. Insignificant skill. Bing Xuanji only smiled coldly in front of Ling Zhao's 10-sword qi. Then he raised his hand. The bone-chilling cold formed a huge humanoid shadow blocking in front of the sword qi. He also has peak intent, and it's ice intent. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. This Bing Xuanji truly lived up to his reputation. It seemed like Bing Xuanji wasn't joking when he said that he was the leader of Shui Yu. This person did indeed have a strong side. Chapter 3947. Seeing Bing Xuanji's Pequel of Ice. Ling Xiao realized that Bing Xuanji was indeed very strong. However, so what if he had the Pequel of Ice? Ling Xiao did not rely on the power of his martial will. He was a beast god martial artist. Beast god martial artists had always relied on their beast souls. Not to mention that Bing Xuanji's martial will was only on par with his, even if it was stronger than his. So what? Boom! The sharp sword Qi bombarded the huge figure of ice and frost. It tore the figure apart. However, the sword Qi began to dissipate at the same time. When it was about a meter away from Bing Xuanji, the sword Qi had completely disappeared. However, the gigantic ice figure also shattered with a bang. The two of them were actually on par with each other in this exchange. Damn it, these two are too terrifying. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. However, it was precisely because of this that they became even more greedy. Whether it was Bing Xuanji or Ling Xiao, they were both too terrifying. If they did not seize the opportunity to snatch the treasure while the two of them were fighting, they would not have any chance at all. People who practice martial arts were bold and reckless to begin with. Why would they care about Ling Xiao's previous threat? Thinking of this, the nearly 200 people rushed toward Dark Frost, Yi Lingyan, and Liu Xiaobao at the same time. They believed that as long as they could snatch the treasure, it would be a victory. One of them rushed out. Two of them rushed out. Three of them. Four of them. In the end, they all rushed out like a swarm of bees. Kill. Their goal was very simple. They would hide after snatching the treasure. Violent killing intent bloomed in the air. A bloody battle had begun once again. Facing these people, Dark Frost, Yi Lingyan, Liu Xiaobao, and Yang Emo were very calm. They knew that these people would not give up easily. However, this was also good. Since the other party did not listen to Ling Xiao's warning, they could go on a killing spree. Without Bing Xuanji, the four of them definitely had the upper hand. Dark Frost activated the Ghost Domain Soul Orb, and the Ghost Domain, Apostle, showed its power again. The Eye of Fear could strike fear into the hearts of enemies. The White Bone Cage could attack and defend at the same time. It could be used to protect oneself and kill enemies. Yi Lingyan controlled Bloody Robe to turn into a bloody light and charge into the crowd, beginning a bloody massacre. Liu Xiaobao held the Zamadeo in his hand and wore the golden lion armor. He looked like a golden god of war. With one slash, several souls would appear. Yang Emo held a sharp sword in his hand. His figure was like a shuttle, and as the sword flashed, someone was killed. The bloody battle had finally begun. From the moment the two sides started fighting, it became a battle where either one of them would die or the other would live. There wouldn't be any luck. The battle between Ling Xiao and Bing Xuanji had reached its climax. Ling Xiao was the main attacker, while Bing Xuanji was more like a defender. Each of Ling Xiao's attacks seemed to contain a terrifying sword that could pierce through space. The tyrannical sword light was getting stronger and stronger. Although the range was not large, its destructive power was astonishing. The frost released by Bing Xuanji kept resisting the sword Qi, but it was destroyed by the sword Qi as well. However, Bing Xuanji didn't show any signs of nervousness. It was as if he wasn't the one who was at a disadvantage, but someone else. You've really surprised me. If that's the case, I'll have to show you my full strength. Xuanji Martial Soul, unleash. His name was Bing Xuanji, and he had two martial souls. One was the goddess of ice, and the other was the Xuanji Martial Soul. The Xuanji Martial Soul was a book, but it contained a profound mystery that no one could understand. The moment the Xuanji Martial Soul was unleashed, Ling Xiao could clearly feel the threat. But so what? If Bing Xuanji wasn't strong enough. This battle would be meaningless. Slaughterhouse of Fiend God Seal. The Seal of Fiend God was a 6th grade Emperor realm martial skill. After Ling Zhao's cultivation had recovered to the 4th grade Divine Core realm, he was able to use it. It was just that its power wasn't at its peak yet. But even so, it wasn't a problem for him to use it against Bing Xuanji. Although the Xuanji martial soul was powerful, Ling Zhao's attack wasn't weak either. In an instant, the Seal of Fiend God was unleashed. The entire space was filled with sword energies. The sword energies were as thin as a cow's hair, and they were shooting toward Bing Xuanji like a storm. A few warriors from Shuiyu who were standing close to Bing Xuanji were instantly disintegrated by the sword energies. Even their inner cores were turned into powder. Xuanji martial soul, insight. Bing Xuanji's cold voice sounded out. Suddenly, a strange black hole appeared in the air. He stepped into the black hole. Countless sword energies were shooting toward him, but none of them could hurt him. All of them slid through the black hole and landed on the ground. Xuanji, it was indeed mysterious. But no matter how mysterious it was, could it be more mysterious than Ling Zhao's Tai Chi Eye? Break Xuanji, kill. The blood sovereign sword in his hand suddenly changed. Suddenly, the sound of space shattering could be heard. Bing Xuanji's insight was actually just a small world that he could temporarily hide in. This small world was extremely unstable. As long as one could find out the secret behind it, they could easily resolve it. The thin sword energies were about to hit Bing Xuanji. Bing Xuanji laughed disdainfully. There wasn't a single trace of fear on his face. Xuanji martial soul, reverse future, size manipulation. Suddenly, Bing Xuanji disappeared. He disappeared in front of everyone. Even though the sword energies were as thin as a cow's hair, there was still a gap between them. Ling Xiao was surprised to see that Bing Xuanji had turned into a small figure through his Tai Chi Eye. He was actually able to easily survive the sword Qi that was as thin as a cow's hair. And it seemed like he could predict the future. He could easily dodge the sword energies. This Xuanji martial soul is really mysterious. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with greed. Even he could be greedy. The Xuanji martial soul was so mysterious. If he could get it, he would be able to save his life. It would be a waste for it to fall into Bing Xuanji's hands. Divine Demon Seal, Bat Cave. Ling Xiao released another attack. The surrounding space became pitch black. Even cultivators couldn't see anything in such darkness. And there was the terrifying sound wave attack. Bing Xuanji could be said to be in great danger at this moment. Xuanji martial soul, sun reversal. Bing Xuanji snorted. A red sun suddenly appeared in the pitch black space. The pitch black space also became brighter. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. The Xuanji martial spirit was indeed full of surprises. So far, Bing Xuanji had already performed 3 miraculous skills: reverse future prediction, size manipulation, and sun reversal. And every one of them was amazing. Xuanji martial soul, mountain shaking earth. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking, Bing Xuanji attacked again. This was a majestic aura that covered the sky and covered the earth. It was like the earth was falling down and smashing towards Ling Xiao. That terrifying power combined with Bing Xuanji's earth core realm cultivation. It was terrifying. Ling Xiao's sword energies were being weakened. Suppress. Finally, they were shattered. The second move of the Divine Demon Seal couldn't stop Bing Xuanji's attack. Chapter 3948. The terrifying attack continued to descend. Although it wasn't as fast as before, it still gave people a feeling that there was nowhere to run. No matter where Ling Xiao ran, he couldn't escape. It was as if his feet were stuck in a quagmire and he couldn't pull himself out. Godly Demon Seal. 10,000 beasts unite. Destroy. This was a move that Ling Xiao had developed based on his myriad beasts' blood refining formation after his cultivation had regressed. It was similar to the Godly Demon Seal. In fact, it was a move that had changed from a large area attack to a single point. Its power would become even more terrifying, but the area would be greatly reduced. 10,000 beasts unite. A ferocious and bloodthirsty beast came out of the Godly Demon Seal, roaring and rushing towards the heavy mountain in the sky. Kacha! When the bloodthirsty demon beast swung its claws, many of the mountains actually shattered. The heavy feeling also became much lighter. Continue. Ling Zhao's sword was still piercing upwards. The power of the 10,000 beasts of the bloodthirsty forest was gathered, and the brutal attack blocked the mountain that was blotting out the sky. Then it was torn apart. The rumbling sounds continued, and many people who were fighting couldn't help but stop. However, the battle wouldn't end just because of that. Bing Xianji had two martial spirits. While using Xianji martial spirit, his ice goddess martial spirit was also gathering strength. At that moment, a terrifying gigantic shadow appeared behind Bing Xianji. A bone-piercing cold qi instantly enveloped the entire world. Many people were frozen into ice sculptures at that moment. They had no choice but to circulate their pure qi to dissolve it. Even Ling Xiao felt a bone-piercing cold. Goddess of Ice, punish this lowly mortal. Bing Xianji was floating in the air like a god controlling ice and snow. He waved his hand. The gigantic ice goddess stretched out her gigantic hand and slapped down. It was like an iceberg falling from the sky. People looked at Bing Xianji's attack in horror. They were all dumbstruck. Shui was the strongest country among the 300 strong countries of the Western Kingdom. Bing Xianji was the strongest genius of Shui. People only knew that Bing Xianji was strong, but they didn't know how strong he was. They really didn't know. But now, when they saw this scene, they understood. Bing Xianji martial spirit combined with the ice goddess martial spirit. Bing Xianji's strength exceeded many people's imagination. No wonder that arrogant woman like Shui Wushuang didn't even dare to fart in front of Bing Xianji. So submissive. Die! Bing Xuanji's cold voice rang out. The gigantic hand's hand was already above Ling Zhao's head. Was Xianji Xianz's the ground and the air and Xianji frozen. It was as if Ling Xiao had been immobilized, unable to move. Interesting, Shui when the enormous dragon body stretched out. It was actually much larger than the goddess of ice. Xian, it slammed into the goddess of ice's gigantic hand. KKKKT. After all, the goddess of ice was formed from cold qi and true essence. After being slapped by the dragon claw, a crack actually appeared. Even so, the gigantic hand that blotted out the sky still slapped towards Ling Xiao, wanting to smash Ling Xiao into meat paste. Not only that, but the goddess of ice's other hand also slammed down. He wanted to completely destroy Ling Xiao and bury Ling Xiao in the cold. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar sounded. The huge dragon tail swung out. It lashed out at the hands of the goddess of ice. In that instant, the iceberg-like hands actually cracked and were destroyed. A huge chunk of ice fell to the ground, causing the ground to rumble. Sigh of the ice goddess. Bing Xuanji snorted coldly. The goddess of ice opened her mouth and let out a breath of cold air. Wherever the cold air passed, everything froze. The terrifying snowstorm brought about an avalanche, wanting to completely bury Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao transformed into a beast soul again. He entered the beast soul transformation mode of the Hell Phoenix. Blazing flames suddenly erupted. That cold aura melted and evaporated in an instant. Finally, both of them stopped their attacks. They returned to their original forms. They stood in the east and west in the sky. They were about 200 meters apart. Even though they had been fighting for a long time and had fought many times, neither of them seemed to have had enough fun. The violent battle intent was still roaring. The terrifying, murderous intent was still spreading. Bing Xuanji, is that all you've got? You have quite a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but they're all just for show. What a joke. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji with disdain. Of course, he admitted that his opponent was powerful, but he wouldn't say it out loud. When facing an enemy, he had to give them a good beating. I have to say, you're the most difficult enemy I've ever met. But unfortunately, you're more unlucky. I've said it before. You're not the only ones who have received inheritances and treasures. I, Bing Xuanji, am someone who is blessed by fate. I have the same thing. Bing Xuanji originally didn't want to show off his treasures. But now, there was nothing he could do. Ling Xiao's power was beyond his expectations. If he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, the only way was to become stronger. Dream Crystal. A rainbow-colored crystal appeared in front of Bing Xuanji. It shone with a strange light. Many people's eyes trembled when they saw it. It's the Dream Crystal. It's recorded in the ancient books. This Dream Crystal can copy the enemy's power for one's own use. If Bing Xuanji has this, won't he win for sure? The crowd cried out in surprise. It seemed that there were quite a few knowledgeable people in this group. Dream Crystal, Dream Technique, Absorb. As Bing Xuanji's cold voice sounded, the rainbow-colored light enveloped Ling Xiao. A moment later, Bing Xuanji released a powerful sword intent. Peak sword intent. Peak ice intent. Great mastery fire intent. Great mastery beast god intent. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He had seen a secret technique that could copy other people's abilities before. But the Dream Crystal's copy seemed to be more thorough. It even copied the opponent's potential ability. In other words, Bing Xuanji's current physical body was as strong as Ling Xiao's. His soul power was also as strong as Ling Xiao's. You really surprised me. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Ling Xiao exclaimed. Now you understand. I didn't attack you before because I didn't have the confidence to defeat you. But now everything is different. With the Dream Crystal and the Dream Technique, you are no longer my opponent. Bing Xuanji's martial spirit and Ice Goddess martial spirit were broken, but with the Dream Crystal, he was still invincible. I'm just surprised. But to be honest, I don't think much of this treasure. It can copy other people's powers, but it doesn't belong to you. Do you think you can control it? Ling Xiao said mockingly, the same power in your hands, and mine can be unleashed. The power is completely different. Chapter 3949. What's the point of being arrogant? Not only do I have my own ability, but I have also replicated your ability. What do you have to compete with me? Bing Xuanji remained unmoved. Even though Ling Xiao had shown great confidence, it could not shake his confidence. In my opinion, Bing Xuanji is going to win. The people watching from afar had already started to guess the result. There shouldn't be any problems. I've fought with this Bing Xuanji before, and I lost in one move. Ling Xiao had already done a very good job. It's a pity that Bing Xuanji has obtained the Dream Crystal and learned the Dream Technique. Plus, he has the Goddess of Ice Martial Soul and the Xuanji Martial Soul. Ling Xiao is no match for him. He is too scary. Another person said. At this moment, most people were shocked by Bing Xuanji's strength. Even though Ling Xiao was also very strong, it was a pity that Ling Xiao seemed to have run out of tricks, and he could not come up with any new tricks. His ability had been replicated again. How could he win? Is that so? Looks like you are just like those frogs in the well. You can't see the real result. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and looked at Bing Xuanji. Since you think you can beat me, then come at me. I would like to see how far you can go with the ability you have stolen from me. He was not afraid because the most basic martial soul, the Sky Tyrant martial soul, could not be replicated. The core deity position of the beast god could not be replicated either. What Bing Xuanji had replicated was only the beast soul. Without the support of the primordial deity position, his strength could not reach Ling Xiao's level. All right, I will grant you your wish. Bing Xuanji shouted coldly as he circulated his true origin. He entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. The Xuanji martial soul and the goddess of ice martial soul appeared behind him. The long sword in his hand released the peak sword essence and peak ice will. He had combined the ability he had replicated from Ling Xiao with his own ability and became extraordinarily powerful. It's impossible to win. At this moment, more people exclaimed. Bing Xuanji was too scary. He was so scary that these people had completely lost their confidence to fight back. In their opinion, none of the geniuses who had entered the secret realm would be a match for Bing Xuanji. Absolutely impossible. Kill. Finally, Bing Xuanji charged toward Ling Xiao with the combined power of the two, intending to kill Ling Xiao. Good timing. Ling Xiao sneered and released his Sky Tyrant martial soul. He knew that if he did not use his Sky Tyrant martial soul, he would not be able to block Bing Xuanji's attack. Although he said it casually, he knew how powerful Bing Xuanji was. The moment the Tyrant martial spirit was released, the pitch-black universe enveloped the entire space. Ling Xiao raised the Blood Sovereign sword. He used the Fiend God Seal again. Sky Tyrant, Demonic God Seal, 10,000 beasts become one. It was the same move, but it was infused with the terrifying effect of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Naturally, its power would be completely different. People were alarmed to find that a huge sword seal was flying from the pitch-black universe. It was like a giant beast that could devour the starry sky. Everyone was trembling with fear and unease. This is impossible. Could this be his real martial soul? How can Ling Xiao be so terrifying? I have never seen such a martial soul before. Where did it come from? Maybe the result will not be what we expected. People were shocked. Ling Xiao had given them too many surprises. At that moment, Bing Xuanji was also dumbfounded. Why? Why can't I copy your ability? He did not know what Ling Xiao's martial soul was, but if it could not be copied by the dream crystal, it must not be an ordinary martial soul. You don't need to know. Boom. Their attacks finally collided again. The terrifying explosion spread to the surroundings, turning the place into a mess. Many martial artists were killed because they could not escape in time. When the explosion stopped, Ling Xiao and Bing Xuanji were about 100 meters apart, still floating in the air. Both of them seemed to be injured. However, they did not seem to have any problems, because their eyes were full of confidence and their expressions were as domineering as usual. Let's call it a draw. Bing Xuanji suddenly spoke, although he didn't want to admit that he was forced to a draw by an early fourth Heavenly Core warrior. But right now, he had no other way to deal with Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao was too frightening. If not for him luckily obtaining the dream crystal, he would have lost this fight for sure. He was unwilling to accept this result, but there was nothing he could do about it. Hearing Bing Xuanji's words, everyone felt like they were dreaming. Bing Xuanji, the arrogant Bing Xuanji, actually admitted that it was a draw. Was Ling Xiao's final attack really that frightening? It is indeed a draw. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji with an indifferent expression. Bing Xuanji couldn't do anything to him, and he couldn't do anything to Bing Xuanji as well. But a draw was only temporary. His cultivation would continue to recover at an incredible speed. Once he reached the fifth heavenly core realm, Bing Xuanji would be completely defeated in front of him. Let's go. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Bing Xuanji let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that Ling Xiao might have an even more powerful trump card. If that was the case, wouldn't he have to agree to be Ling Zhao's slave? He didn't want to stay in this place for even a second longer. He turned around and flew away. There were still many inheritances and treasures in the secret realm. He hoped that he could find more powerful inheritances and treasures as soon as possible. If that was the case, he might be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Before Shui Wushuang left, she gave Ling Xiao a deep look. Her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Ling Xiao had forced the powerful Bing Xuanji to a draw. How was this possible? Her belief in Bing Xuanji had collapsed. How could the invincible Bing Xuanji be forced to a draw by Ling Xiao? Actually, not only her, all the other warriors from Shui were confused as well. The reason why they listened to Bing Xuanji was because of his invincible strength. But today, Bing Xuanji had been forced to a draw by Ling Xiao. Would this continue in the future? Gradually, their mentality began to change. Xia Homu, do you still want to leave here alive? Just as everyone was panicking, Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded again. Xia Homu's dantian had been pierced by a sword. Ling Xiao in his sky tyrant martial spirit was like a human universe. It was too terrifying. Even Bing Xuanji couldn't save Xia Homu. Although it was a draw, Bing Xuanji knew that he had lost. He just didn't want to admit it, although it was only a slight disadvantage. If the battle continued for 10 days and 10 nights, he would lose without a doubt. Ling Xiao just didn't want to waste time. He didn't really want to accept the fact that it was a draw. People of Shuiyu, listen up. After killing Xia Homu, I will let bygones be bygones. But if anyone dares to attack me again, I will kill them all.